So good morning and welcome to the second day of our colloquium. We have some leftovers from yesterday, so if somebody's interested. So yesterday we started with some very interesting talks. We heard something about the Danish perspective on data, how to handle big data, how to prepare for maybe the next pandemic. We also talked about biases in public health data, especially on AI applications, which may influence us in some years or help us to maybe support clinical care practices. Colleagues from the RKI showed you data on wearables, so they presented data on their own study, how to use those data for public health purposes. And our last talk was about modeling the dynamics of infectious diseases, how these models are developed, how they are adjusted, and predict scenarios. So for today, we are happy that we also have very, very well-known speakers. And we start with deeper insights into genomics, but we will also talk about other things like systematic reviews. And at the end, in the afternoon, we are happy to finish the day with a panel discussion to talk with you and also with some of our speakers about the future of data-driven public health. So today, I am happy to announce Professor Adrian Egli, who is the director of the Institute of Medical Microbiology at the University of Zürich. He is a clinical microbiologist, but also a researcher. And he and his team have a strong expertise in bacterial genomics, in metagenomics, and they're using the latest technologies for their research. They explore transmission networks of multi-drug-resistant bacteria, but they also use technologies like whole genome sequencing of individual bacteria for their research. So the floor is yours.
So thank you very much for the kind introduction and also the opportunity to talk to you here about public health microbiology in the digital era. And what I would like to do is, first of all, give you a bit of a broader introduction into current technological developments which come into play here, and then provide you with a series of examples and potential use cases in digitalization, data science, and AI. And I think one could easily fill a whole week. By the way, next week we do an ESCMID workshop in Zurich about this topic. Then I will also address a critical aspect and challenges we currently face, and I think which will further amplify in the years to come. So first of all, for preparation of this talk, I did a PubMed search and looked for terms artificial intelligence and public health. And what you can see here, there are about 9,000 papers, and the vast majority of the publications were published in the last 4 to 5 years. That's maybe not a surprise. There's really a huge hype about the topic of AI, as we are all aware of. And the first paper was published in 1989. I will also say a few words about this. Now, this hype results in some billionaires to make very bold statements. As you can see here, Bill Gates said and predicted that AI will replace doctors and teachers within a decade. Now, this is a very bold statement, but he's also a very smart man, and he has resources and information we do not have access to. And I think it's a statement which we should take serious and really also engage with the technology. But what does this actually mean now for our practice? I mean, a lot of these papers you will see is basically retrospective work. There are basically no prospective validations in the term of AI and public health, just as a spoiler. Now, in 1989, there was an important thinker of his time, François Grémy. You see him here. In 1966, at a conference in Paris, he basically founded the field of medicine and informatics as a new discipline. And so you can see here the French word mariage or marriage. So he really intended to marry the two aspects of medicine and informatics. And because he was very much interested in infectious diseases, a special focus was on public health. And in this review article from 1981, this was this first article where AI and public health was mentioned. He makes a very important statement. Unique properties of human intelligence should not be devalued or ignored in attempts to promote machine systems in inappropriate areas. And that was a statement in 1989. Computer technologies just started, basically. And now if we fast forward almost 30 years, there are important differences, I think. So what happened in 1981? First of all, the first computer beats a master chess player. I think that's quite interesting. Most of us think about Watson from IBM and Garry Kasparov, this epic battle, who is better, machine or man? Actually, it was already a couple of years before that the chess master was beaten. Then Game Boy, that's what I grew up with. Obviously, a very small computer. And I mean, your smartwatch can do probably much more compared to a Game Boy. And then the first laptop, which was more a suitcase. I wonder how they would have checked it in the security in the entry here. Okay, then also what happened in 1981, and especially in Berlin, David Hasselhoff happened. He was looking for freedom. And freedom came in the sense of digitalization and the internet wave, which really connected people. And there was a hyper rapid evolution of computer chips and AI. So if you take the state-of-the-art computer chip in 1981, this was an Intel 486. I was very proud owner of such a chip in my computer for gaming. And you can see that the amount of calculations flops is a analogon for calculations. So this computer chip could calculate 6 to 8 million operations per second. Now, 30 years later, we have NVIDIA, the H100 chip, and there we are in the scale of petaflops, so 2 times 10 to the 15 calculations per second. And just that you see this in a relationship, this is 250 million times faster. 250 million times faster in 30 years. And now the statement of Mr. Grammy is probably you would reconsider this with such powerful technology in the background. And you can see here that some of the very large AI systems, and these are now models like, for example, Gemini 1.1 Ultra or the AlphaGo Zero algorithms which were developed over the years. You see here the amount of training compute flops which are necessary. So this is 1 to the power of 26 calculations which are necessary. And for this, if you use a single graphical card, which I showed you here, you would need dozens of years. So obviously you need to upscale and make combinations of these high performance cluster computers. And the biggest cluster computer, and I will come back to that later, is privately owned by a billionaire and contains 100,000 of these graphical user cards. And only with such an environment, it is actually possible to generate the AI tools we now use as chatbots when you use OpenAI's ChatGPT, or maybe you use Elon Musk's XAI. Grok is the name of that particular large language model. So it's amazing how rapidly the development is. And I mean, this is a logarithmic scale, you can see. And every 9 months, currently, the performance of supercomputers double. Okay, so what can we use AI for? AI is extremely good in pattern recognition. So you can take here 2 public health risks, dogs, like for zoonotic diseases, and a muffin for a foodborne disease, let's say. And you should ideally bite in the muffin and not in the chihuahua. And then what the AI does with very often a black box algorithm, it categorizes the images accordingly. And now I would like to explain a bit better to you how we can use this technology in public health. The first aspect is access of information. I think large language models are very, very good in accessing and processing large amounts of information. And this is not the same as accessing knowledge. We very often use it as a knowledge source, but at the end of the day, I would say, well, reasoning gets better and better, I agree, but I think accessing information is the main aspect. What you can see here is the performance of the medical question and answer exam. So this is the final exam of medical students in the US when they do the board exam for med school. And you see here that the MedPalm 2, that's a model from Google, in March 2023 had 86% correct. At that stage, the medical students were still better because the average student has around 95% correct answer. But you can see that this is an exponential curve, and by now, the AI is better than the medical students. That's general knowledge of what a medical student knows, and we are all experts in a certain domain, and here the world would certainly look different, because domain level expertise, for example, on public health, on epidemiology, is much lower in these systems. So if you ask specific questions in your domain, you can actually very nicely probe how good a large language model is. The challenge here is data scarcity, so there's not a lot of data around in this field. Medicine per se is a very heterogeneous topic. There's little data interoperability between centers and between systems. We will see this in a second. And I think for our field, it's not as bad as it sounds now, but I would say easy tasks in medicine, so what the knowledge is of a medical student, this is reached now by large language models. We should be aware of this. So just to make a definition, and I hope not the speaker afterwards will define this, but AI refers in my talk to the ability of computer systems to perform tasks that typically require human intelligence, such as learning, problem solving, and decision making. And machine learning are algorithms that can analyze and execute these tasks, so recognize patterns, make predictions about something without explicit programming. And there's a clear trend. I showed you before this black box aspect, and this is something which was an issue, I would say, a couple of years back. But nowadays, there's a strong trend for explainable AI. Sometimes you see this in the literature with XAI, and they use specific methods to identify the weights of features in the models. There's one particular method which is extremely popular. It's called Shapley explanations, and this allows you to identify which data in your model drives the explanation, basically, and thereby you can identify, the important aspects in a model. I mentioned to you this benchmark, the MedQA, and now you see, if you compare different large language models and every large language model has 99% correct, it makes no more sense to use this as a benchmark to compare the different models. And what happened is that a group of data scientists came up with a new benchmark, and they asked around 3,000 domain level expert questions, which are not very easy to answer with a simple internet search. So there's stuff in there from quantum physics to botany to, I don't know, how to build furniture. There's really a lot of different questions in there. And it has really this unfortunate name of humanity's last exam. I don't know why they called it this way. It's really a bad name. But anyways, this is a very difficult to answer questionnaire, also for AI. And the newest O3 model from ChatGPT, although that's already outdated, has 36% correct there. But find a human who actually can answer 33% correct of these questions. Machine learning, I think, works particularly well in highly structured data environments. And this is why I think in medicine, there are two fields where it's really evident. One is radiology, because there's a lot of data, it's very structured, always done the same way. And the other one is laboratory medicine. And medical microbiology, I think you have image data, microscopy image data, or agar-plate photography, multitoph data. This is very structured information and a lot of information, and therefore you also have training possibilities for AI. Okay, what kind of data is out there? You see here from a Nature review, which I can highly recommend to read, a graph where you see the different data types, and it's split here into two parts on accessibility of the data. So the more on the right you are, the more accessible the data is, and then coverage. So you have here more coverage. And the purpose is to classify the available infectious disease data. You can see that there's a color code in there. So red indicates epidemiological data, then you have social and behavioral data, you have biological data, and you have environmental data. And high coverage and high accessible is, for example, consensus information about the population. Weather is other important data set where there's a lot of information out there. Wastewater data also becomes increasingly available. And obviously a reason for this is that it's not very regulated. So you do not need to ask a person if you sequence water in a river. And low accessibility is everything which is focused to a single individual. So individual level health data, it's very hard to access this. I think hospitals do a lot to access data and to structure data, but there's no hospital network which allows, free-floating sharing of information at the moment. And then obviously genomic and, let's say, immunity-related data is also very hard. So if you, for example, go and ask what is the vaccine status of individuals, this is very hard. It's hardly documented in any electronic healthcare record. I think so these are the data types, and most of the models obviously focus on what is easy accessible, and only few papers look then into these aspects, although they are for, let's say, treatment of individuals much more important. Let's say if you have a patient in a septic shock and you want to predict sepsis earlier, very often you only have ICU data from one single center and one hospital, and then it's very questionable how interoperable these data sets are. So how can you, for example, from hospital A, you have a trained algorithm, how well does this actually work in another hospital? And I don't know if maybe that's now a little excursion, but do you know the story from Epic? So that's a very famous clinical information system. They released actually in the US a sepsis prediction tool, but they had to stop it because it didn't work across different hospitals. And it was really classically this problem. Okay, accessing information, I think I mentioned it, that here is a huge, sorry, it mixed up a bit my presentation, but there was a huge development from ChatGPT 3.5, 3 years ago, where we had lots of hallucination issues, now to the newest AI agents. And I think this is something which I really, if you take home something, engage and look what are AI agents and what do they do? Because I think that's really a technology which will change our life. I mean, there are multimodal next generation AI agents, I would like to call them. So these are entities which go out, or programs which go out and fulfill a task for you. And the task can be given by a human, you see here on the left side, but increasingly there is AI which gives tasks to AI. So there's really like bots which look for a specialist, a special bot, and ask them to do something. Very similar like human interactions. If you want to know something, you go to a specialist. So this also exists now for AI agents. And these AI agents, they can access information either over APIs, so connections, which are established, and a new feature which is now in Perplexity, but also in OpenAI and also XAI, the Grok chatbot I mentioned, is called deep research. And you real-time access the internet as an AI agent. You type in a prompt, we will see this in a second, And then it fulfills the tasks and collects information for you. So this can be databases which are accessed, PubMed, bioRxiv, and so on. It can also access diagnostic data. It can access the internet, any website, and also local files. And I think it's very important because it's real time. It reviews a topic. It can do, for example, surveillance, collect business intelligence information. And it's an extremely powerful tool. And that's the newest generation of ChatGPT. So in ChatGPT, you would need to pay for this service, but I think it's really worth it. I don't have stocks with OpenAI. I wish, but I don't have. So now, if you implement AI agents into practice, I put here together a 9-step approach. I will not go here through the details, but I think what is very important at the moment, there is no commercial software available, at least to my knowledge, which has a domain space expertise in public health. So there's no software which is completely trained on public health data. Very often we need to use then, more general models. Another aspect is that most institutions, I'm not sure if the Robert Koch has an internal large language model. Some hospitals now start to invest into this, but I think it's very important that you have an own model, because then you can securely ask a large language model, because everything you share with ChatGPT goes to the company, obviously, and you have to be super careful of what you share. So commercial vendors, for example, if you use them, that's okay. But you need to be aware of the regulatory space, especially in overregulated Europe, where you have GDPR, AI Act, IVDR, I don't know, like tons of different rules. Every minute a new law is released in Europe. So I think it's really important to be aware of this space. Not that you do something illegal, but I think one can navigate around that. And there are use cases. And I will share with you two. So the first one, and sorry for the text, I will just summarize it for you. I wanted to use the deep research function here of ChatGPT, that was the O3 model, to collect information. And I said in my prompt, so you see my here original text, I'm a medical microbiologist. I would like to access public health websites from at least 10 different European countries. I want to visualize the incidence rates of influenza cases from the beginning of the year until week 8, please make a table. And then it asks me back, and that's also a typical feature of deep research. It specifies the questions or the task. So, for example, it said, do you have any specific country in mind, or should I prioritize on certain nations? Is it only from 2025 you're interested? Should I do something else with the data, like a statistical analysis? So I answered that, and then it confirmed this, and the output it generated really surprised me. This is the output. So you have here the individual weeks, and this is the output from ChatGPT. You have the individual weeks, you have here the countries with the respective official public health website, and here are the numbers expressed as I said. And you see here are some links. When you click on them, you can really verify, and I verified for this specific talks the numbers, and they are correct. So there's nothing hallucinated about this, and it didn't invent these numbers, because it real-time accessed the website and extracted the information from a website. Now, this took ChatGPT 15 minutes to generate. Now, if I would go and access 10 different, official websites in different languages, I first would need to learn Spanish, for example. So it would take me much longer to actually do this. And I think that's a really impressive use case. So another use case is when you have an outbreak and you're not sure. And this is data analysis. And so what I did is I downloaded for epidemiology students, a data set from the John Snow outbreak in London, the cholera outbreak. And it was 4 different Excel files where there was, the geographical localization of the pumps in a map, and it was just text. And then it also said how far away a certain case was to the specific pump. So there was a coordination system, and you could analyze if there's a, you know, a certain pattern. And what it then did is it said, okay, I'm going to help you. And it generated not just an analysis, it actually programmed the R code to visualize the data. And I'm not confident enough in R or in Python to program that myself. And you can see here the output. You see here the individual cases and the pump. So that's perhaps correct. I also had then my bioinformaticians checking if this is right or invented or anything. So this is also a correct output. And I think that's an extremely powerful tool, I have to say. If you can give a data set to an AI and ask it to write the code for you to explore a data set, this is really impressive. And we are just at the beginning of this technology. I mean, 2 days ago, OpenAI released Codex, which is now a prompting tool where you can write down an idea and then a software is developed to solve your idea. So I wonder how, you know, what are software developers doing in the future? Obviously, that's one question. But I think it's extremely, these technologies now, people who have no clue about programming can use artificial intelligence to de novo generate a software which helps to analyze, you know, a medical problem. It also visualized a few other things. So this is, for example, the distance of the individual. So these are the people who died versus the distance towards the pump. And this is like the classical epi curve over time. Okay, so multimodal large language models with AI agents, deep research and programming capacity, that's going to come. And there are many, many more potential use cases you can think about. However, to date, this is all playful. You know, I play around with this technology. I would never use this, and I'm probably not even sure if I would be allowed to analyze a real outbreak with this. And I think it's important that we do this kind of exploration of this technology, but there are no prospective, no randomized validations. So I didn't find a single paper looking into real-time outbreak investigation using ChatGPT where data is shared, etc. So when we do this, we should do this very carefully with a broad set of different use cases and respect data privacy and the regulatory framework. And I think there's a huge potential in this, obviously, to also save costs and be very efficient in the lab. There are different types of AI, not just large language models. When you look into the literature, you find 3 basic applications: supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. And they are mainly used, and later on I will make a few examples on this, for, let's say, modeling of infectious diseases. So supervised learning is when the ground truth is known. The classic would be gram staining. So you have a picture of a microscopy image. There's the lab technician labels and says this is gram positive, this is gram negative, and the AI learns rules to properly identify that. Unsupervised learning is when the ground truth is not known. This is a classical data pattern finding. So, for example, biomarker discovery or finding aspects or drivers in a transmission, let's say in an outbreak. And reinforcement learning is pretty interesting. That's a changing environment. This is the concept of a self-driving car, which is promised since years, but I think it's really difficult because of the stochastic aspects of traffic. But in ICUs, for example, this is very often used to guide therapies. A couple of years back, there was a very impressive Nature Medicine paper on intensive care units, and also it's referenced here. And obviously also in an ongoing outbreak, reinforcement learning can be used. So, the basic concepts of AI in medical microbiology are as follows. So you have here on the left side biological samples. This could be, in this case, like a microscopy image, but it can also be individual bacteria with a genomic data set. You have then information linked to this particular sample, and you extract certain features. So this could be molecular characteristics like the DNA information, the genetic code basically, or it can be phenotypic information like the gram staining resistance information, phenotypic resistance information. This then goes into the training phase of the model. So you have here the individual features like relative abundance, binary values, metabolites, and so on for each sample. And then in the machine learning, you have first a series of steps. So for example, feature selection, where you say what is the most important things. Maybe you have a hypothesis which you want to explore. And then you have a model which is selected, parameter tuning, and then you go into the model construction. And then this trained model can then be applied to an unknown data set where you predict certain things. And the predictions can be categorical predictions like yes, no, or categories, as I mentioned before, gram positive, gram negative, but it could also be continuous. So the holy grail at the moment in my field is to predict MICs from genetic information. And there are first papers coming out doing this extremely well. Predicting from the genetic information, the MIC. I mean, it's not just a categorical interpretation, which is probably quite easy to do, but predicting the MIC. And there are a few papers which have done that now. Okay, so modeling. In terms of modeling epidemics, there are three specific areas which I think are quite interesting for this particular audience. And again, I cite here this fantastic Nature perspective. And the first one is time series data. And this is a classical situation where you have an epidemic ongoing. You see here that there's an epicurve. And for example, here you have missing data. Here it looks like you have some outliers which do not fall into what you would expect. And here is something you would like to predict. So how do you deal with missing data? How do you deal with outliers? And how do you predict the futures? These are three important questions you can ask to these kind of curves. And what people now suggest and do more and more, and it's also a bit of a buzzword, is a foundation model. And the foundation model is a large AI model that is trained on a huge amount of data and is capable to generalize across certain tasks. So for example, analyzing epidemic data, detecting anomalies, and forecasting outbreaks. And it does that with a so-called transformer architecture. This is basically using a large language environment like an encoder and decoder system. You have here the training data which comes in, and then it can predict a certain aspect. So this is one important use case. The second one is graph neural networks, and graph neural networks are AI models that analyze structured data, analyze data structures as graphs. So there are nodes and edges. And it identifies certain clusters, like, let's say, infection clusters or transmission links, and it can predict disease spread. And you see this here. So this would be a transmission network, and you may have prior information for training purposes. So, for example, you have a data set where such a graph can be generated. You enter this, and then you can predict certain behaviors like communities you can detect or certain nodes you can classify and say, for example, that's a likely source of a transmission or of an infection route. And the last one is protein prediction. And that's quite interesting for vaccine aspects. So, for example, here you have two genetic codes from samples. These could be viruses, let's say influenza, the hemagglutinin structure, and then you know, for example, from your model, the genome, and then you have binding affinities of antibodies, and you can predict from the genome sequence using AlphaFold or ESMF. You can predict the three-dimensional protein structure, and then you can say, okay, here I have a point mutation which has a consequence. It has a high viral fitness, and the antibody binding is disrupted. So that would be a very bad mutation because that's vaccine evasion. Here are antibodies, a mutation where it doesn't matter because it's not accessible for the antibody. And in this example here, this would be a low viral fitness and the antibody is not disrupted. So here the consequence of the virus for the virus would be rather bad because it's then selected out. So this kind of mutation would rapidly disappear in the population. And for this kind of work, you use deep learning models. Now, there are tons of models and use cases around for model fixing. I'm not sure how much time I still have. Oh, it's still okay. So this is another fantastic review. I really, really can recommend to read this from Nature Communication. Also this year, you see here on the left side, application areas. So for example, infectious disease forecasting, model parametrization and calibration, disease intervention, assessment and optimization, retrospective epidemiological course analysis, outbreak detection. And the literature summarized in this review, this is from a review article, you see the more literature you have, the more of these colorful lines you have. So you see a bit, where is the body of evidence? So there are very, very few papers on outbreak analysis, but a lot of papers on infectious disease forecasting. And then you can use different methodological frameworks. I will go into this really into detail afterwards. And then on the right side, you see then the integration approach. So how the different setups of the literature are. Now, because there are so many models, so many use cases, I mean, there's really a lot of combination possibilities around there. And you can imagine now, if you want to repeat something with a data set, that's also a bit of a challenge, because if you read something in, let's say, in a paper, and you want to make this exactly the same in your environment, maybe some of the criteria are not fulfilled. So I think this is quite interesting. It shows you how diverse the literature is. Now, I would like to go and explain to you 9 models a bit more in detail. And I try to put always 3 on one slide. So basically, what you see here on the top is always a graphical visualization. And below is an explanation how I understood it by reading the paper. So I will not read this now in detail to you and just give a few keywords. So in the first model, which you can see here, this is AI augmented epidemiological models. So basically you have an observational data set of an epicurve, and then you enter this information into a neural network, and from the neural network, you get out parameters for your SIR model. So you can fine-tune it with information from the AI model. And this is used commonly, and you see here a reference where this is used. So predicting reproduction numbers, for example, using recurrent neural networks. So that's a typical use case. The second example here is an epidemiological model with improved observational data. This is the use case I've showed you before, where you have an epicurve, but there are data gaps in there. And the AI can simulate data for you and generate data for you to then generate an improved data set, which then goes into your SIR model. So for example, what you could do here is, if you haven't, I think yesterday evening we talked about social media access of data, and sometimes like Twitter feeds, people reporting that they are sick, etc. Sometimes this is not, it's scattered. And for example, such a model could be used to increase the data quality. Another possibility is this model here. This is called PINN. This is a physics-informed neural network. And what you do here is that into the neural network, you integrate information like facts, so prior knowledge is basically integrated into the model, and thereby your AI prediction, they will adhere strictly to known disease transmission dynamics. Because one problem actually is if the model just has you know, all the possibilities there are, it can actually come up with things which are not, you know, the reality. Then 3 more, you have to stay with me, I know. So the fourth one is AI models with epidemiological input features. So here you would take the data, you would run your SIR model, and then take the inference variables and feed them into an AI model. So thereby you could calibrate epidemiological data. Then this one here is also an interesting one. It's a surrogate modeling of synthetically trained AI models. So what does this mean? Is you have the SIR model, you would generate an AI training, let's say, and then you predict certain results and you compare them with the simulation results you have. So this is, it basically gives you the opportunity to test certain interventions when you do not have relying real patient data. So let's say you want to test a vaccine variation, and then you cannot vaccinate the population, so you could run this as a simulation. Then the ensembled learning frameworks. Here you have a combination of multiple epidemiological and AI models. I think that's quite interesting, actually, that you have then a combination of different forecasts, let's say. Then we'll go to the next one to save here a bit time. So one model which probably some of you do is Bayesian neural networks. Again, here, Bayesian statistical inference, where you can combine simulation data and observed cases. Then this one here, AI-enhanced optimization frameworks, where you have to optimize a problem. And this is a classical reinforcement learning example. So the AI agent gives you an intervention strategy, you would run that on your model, and then you generate new observations, which you can then again put into the AI agent. I think that's a quite interesting model if you're in an epidemic or in a pandemic. And then the last one is cluster-based transmission analysis. So here, for example, it uses cluster techniques to group regions by disease transmission and certain characteristics. It helps you to identify important key variables. Okay, so I think there are plenty of models around. You saw here lots of references. You can look them up, and I think the slides are anyways available. I think now with all these possibilities, there are somehow I'm overwhelmed. What is now the right model to use, etc. And obviously only time will tell, because at the moment hardly any real-world prospective usage of this model is published. How well do these models work? What are the steps to implement those into public health practice? And I think that's the purpose of this conference, also to have these kind of discussions. And there are many, many more challenges on the horizon. And I just want to address 2 challenges, or 3, which I think are really, really critical for the field. One is the data bias. What you see here is the amount of data available on the planet. We are at the moment at 175 zettabyte of information. So 1 zettabyte is 1 billion terabyte of data. This is a ridiculous amount of data. I mean, it's unimaginable how much data this is. And it will further increase. So every 5 years, you have 4 times more data available. The reason why this is possible is because data storage is extremely cheap. Over the past 20 years, data storage dropped by 1,000-fold. Now, the crazy thing is that only 30% is real data, 70% is synthetic data. So AI also generates data. So AI is producing data, which is also stored somewhere. And 70% of the data is synthetic data, like simulations, modeling, you know, images. I mean, all the cat images which were produced over the past 2 years are stored somewhere, and they are also taking space. Now, the first YouTube video from the owner of YouTube, or the founder of YouTube, is called Me at the Zoo. It's a 19-second YouTube video, and this was released 20 years ago, on the 23rd of April, 2005, and it had, I guess, just due to the fact that it was the first YouTube video, 361 million views. Now, per day, currently, per single day, 1 billion hours of YouTube videos are consumed every day by the humanity. And on a single day, 82 years of YouTube videos are uploaded. So it's massive how much data is generated. And this is just live, you know, public live stuff, and not a lot of educational videos. And all these videos, or all these data, are stored on high-scale data centers. There are 540 hyperscaled data centers on the planet. 40% are in the US, 10% in China, and 6% in Japan. So a huge amount of data in just 3 countries, of all the countries we have. And 41% of all cloud data is in a single company, in Amazon. We just should be aware of things like that, because this is crazy. If they start to change something, I mean, this has massive implications. We see this at the moment with the US, what happens for all our tools we have developed. I think it's very, very important that we are aware of this. Open data is very, very important for public health. And I think we really have to do this as Europeans, to share data where we can, and to make sure that this data is available. Now, 2 examples for this. One is maybe a silly example, but I think it shows you very well, because this data can also be used to, for example, do population density estimations. It's street map contribution. So Google Street Maps, you probably know. And you see here, the darker blue it is, the more coverage you have. And the larger the circle, the higher is the population. So you have here huge gaps in China, in India, in Asia, South America. So data is clearly not equally shared around the globe. And this became very evident during the COVID-19 pandemic. This is a wonderful Nature Communication paper addressing this in the first or second wave of the virus, where you see here blue areas mean highly sequenced areas where you have a lot of sequencing, 5% or more of all the SARS cases were sequenced, and the more red it gets, the less sequence is around, and you can guess it. I mean, it's clear that in northern and Western Europe and the US, which is here in yellow, you have very high percentage of the PCR positive cases which were sequenced. And you see here the turnaround times between 2 dates. This is February 2021 and February 2022. And you see that most areas have reduced their turnaround times, but in most of Africa, the turnaround time has increased because the attention was probably lost, or I don't know, they run out of funding, whatever happened, but it actually had an impact. Now, there's really now a question how much sequencing is actually necessary. And Switzerland, for example, has sequenced 3.6% of all the cases. And what we did is we made a simulation where we downscaled the sequencing and asked ourselves how much more delay we would have had on detecting new variants and endemic transmission events. So when like clusters, we would have missed. And we could have sequenced only a third, and it would have been all very fine. So maybe we've overdone it with sequencing, but I think it's very important because some countries have not even shared their sequences online. Now, sequencing data sharing is very, very critical, and I know that many people share data. So, for example, Denmark does very prominently during the COVID pandemic, and obviously you talked about that yesterday. And I just have here 2 examples. The Swiss pathogen surveillance platform now evolved from the single data collection hub for COVID sequences. We now share all our genome sequences of bacteria on this platform for public health purposes. And the other example here is OSTracker. Okay, so this is about data sharing. So please share your data if you can. In terms of AI, we clearly run into commercial dependencies. You can see here the costs of these AI models. So if you take the XAI Colossus, this is what Grok is running on, so the large language model. You see here training costs of $8 billion. I mean, ChatGPT was relatively cheap with 1 billion. These are extremely powerful high-performance computer clusters, which I mentioned before, sometimes with 100,000 of those graphical user cards. And if you actually look into this, the top 10 AI clusters are all owned by companies or by single rich billionaires, like here. These guys control AI, and it will further increase. I mean, the biggest one we have in Switzerland is here. That's the ETH Alp system, where we invested twice as a nation, 100 million euros to generate a high-performance cluster computer, but it only contains 10,000 graphical cards, and so XAI is 10 times more powerful. The other problem we have is we run into an infinite energy hunger. I mean, this is insane if you think about it. The first blue line is the energy it requires to fully charge your cell phone. This is 22 watt hours. The second blue line is the energy it takes to load your laptop. So I think these are very good examples because we can all relate to, and this is 1,000 watt hours. Now, if you make a summarization with AI of a text, it's 7 watt hours. That's maybe not so difficult, but if you generate a text with AI, it's 288 watt hours. This is 10 times more than charging your smartphone. I mean, if you use large language models all the time, you really consume a lot of energy. And generating an image is even more. So the mean value here is 519 watt hours. Now, you could say there's, smart people will invent, let's say, tools and make these algorithms more efficient, but we will also use more and more AI. And this is predicted here. And these are two, nature sources. You see here the current consumption of global data centers. This is just to store the data in terawatts. And you see here about 250 terawatt hours, and this will likely increase to over 750. And this is just the data centers. The AI power demand in the US is predicted to increase from 7 terawatt hours now to 652, so 10 times more in the next 5 years. And in the US produces at the moment 4,178 terawatts, and this is a business of $491 billion, which is 1.8% of the GDP of the US. So if you want to buy stocks, buy them in the energy sector. You will get rich, I'm pretty sure, because one nuclear power plant produces 1 terawatt. This is 1 billion kilowatt hours, and in the US they have 54 power plants. They contribute to 20% of the energy. So 80% of the energy is natural resources like coals, etc. Sorry, my last slide. It's just an emotional topic here. Very sorry. Just to wrap up, I mean, how AI in public health is used. You have here a real-world outbreak. You can data collect, you can infer with AI models various aspects like parameter estimation, mobility networks, you can do forecasting, you can integrate phylogenetic information. The AI model then communicates with human policymakers. There's a back and forth with each other, and then you can generate some implementations. And clearly the age of AI has started, I would say, also for public health. get prepared, really fasten your seatbelt, I would almost say. Put this as a personal priority. The challenges are clear. It's heterogeneous data, it's retrospective validation, single centers, etc. But the development is extremely fast. There is a huge potential to revolutionize public health, and really in areas where you have a lot of standardized data, it will come first. And thank you very much for your attention.
So, thank you very much for this inspiring talk. So we could talk hours and hours about this. So we will shorten the discussion to 5 minutes. For those of you who are online, just put your questions in the chat, and we will start with the people in the audience. So there are microphones around. Just raise your hand. Yes.
Thank you. Whirlwind tour. To me, what speaks to me is the complexity of the choices. So this reminds me of when we moved into bioinformatics for, let's say, metagenome analysis, where I'm surrounded by young guys mostly and girls that really know how to do that, but you really have to then query, okay, why this one? What's the choice? What's the underlying rationale? How do you? This is going to incrementally become more and more difficult. Our dependency of, data science as an education, but also our ability to really test what is going on under the hood. What are your views there? How are we going to do
thanks.
this?
It's a very challenging question. I fully agree with you that it's important to educate people and to bring the fields together. Really going back 1966, when this guy in France basically said, we have to merge the fields. I think it's very, very important that we integrate data science as a core aspect in schools already, honestly. But also in med school. In my med school in the University of Zürich, we changed the curriculum now and implement and integrate much more AI skills, because this will affect us. And I think it's very good to have a good friend as a data scientist in your own neighborhood. And I think we should really look out for data scientists who are interested in medical problems, because it's very rewarding to do that. It's purposeful, and I'm pretty sure that data scientists are also interested to enter the medical field with the unique challenges. Yeah.
Okay, are there any questions in the chat? No? Come on. Okay, so. Can you wait for the microphone? Sorry.
Hi, thanks. On the topic of education, I'm a physician by training, and I'm considering doing a master's in data science. But now I'm wondering if I should more do a master's in some sort of AI. Are you aware of any programs that specifically kind of do that without having to, like, with the goal not being sort of programming the AI, but maybe using it?
Yeah, so I'm also more an applied person, I have to say. Thanks for the question. Here on the screen, you see the course of ESCMID for those who do not want to make a master's. I think it's a very good investment you do. I just can congratulate you to your decision. I'm not in a position to say what is right or wrong. These fields are so rapidly moving. I mean, I would probably also not go too much into the program aspect, considering that AI will program a lot. So I think it's very wise to have a broad education once more. I think the generalist will become more and more important, because all these specialized knowledge, AI will outcompete this specialized knowledge very rapidly. That's at least my personal opinion. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Very interesting talk, very complex, and I'm not sure if I understood all of it. But that brings me to the question. You mentioned Elon Musk's model, and there a couple of days ago, genocide was all of a sudden a big topic due to an involuntary, voluntary, who knows, programming error. Now, my question is, the models were not clever enough yet to hide the fact that this error was there. Looking at text recognition and things like that, where teachers are trying to find out if students have generated text or not, there is a battle of the one AI is outcompeting the other AI. This is surely going to happen also in me querying if there is something programmed to change my view on reality. Do you think, or what parameters do you think could be used to verify that the perceived reality and the AI invented reality have anything to do with maybe an objective reality, if there's such a thing?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I mean, it's a tough one, but so first of all, I think what happened there and will happen in the future again. My understanding was that there was really a manipulation at their side, which released this kind of information. Now, obviously, any AI system has just the morality we have, and considering now Elon Musk as he is, etc., maybe that's worrisome. And we should also be aware that these technologies are controlled by people who have their own agenda. So this is one thing. The other thing is, I would propose here democratization again as a concept, because maybe if you have an output, you should not just go and listen to one source, but actually address different models and ask different models for a certain opinion, and then either integrate this into a common opinion, and then you will probably also detect outliers. I think it's very challenging and dangerous if you ask questions outside of your own expertise. So if I would go and ask quantum physics questions, the AI can tell me anything, and I don't have to go this far. We made in the University of Zürich a comparison of 6 different AI models, and we asked it questions on pre-analytics. So how much blood do I need to take for a blood culture bottle? Now, medical microbiologists were much more critical in evaluating the answers and gave it lower marks, whereas young infectious disease specialists and medical students were way more, yes, this is right what the AI tells me. And I think this is very, very important and we run into problems in 20 years when we have lost the basic knowledge, let's say, because we completely rely on AI. And I think we need to have some safeguards in there. One could be that we ask different AI models. So just to cut this short, this would be a wonderful debate, I think, on what to do, yeah.
Afterwards. So there's a short question.
Yes, there are 2 questions from online participants. I will feed both of them to you. The first one is, isn't it also possible that price for AI development can decrease? See DeepSeek. And the second question is about, what about data security of patients in epidemiology setting if using an AI that is owned by person or countries that don't have as strict rules to data security as like Germany?
Yes, 2 good questions. I mean, what clearly will happen is that models get more cost efficient. I agree. DeepSeek is not a very good example because, again, there is the issue of what kind of information it releases to certain political events. It was clearly biased in its training. And but I think more cost efficient and energy efficient models will come, but our demand on AI will grow in parallel. The second question is regarding the regulatory burden or not burden, maybe regulatory framework, let's call it this way. I think it's very important that we have clearer rule sets on how to use AI. In the diagnostic space, it's very clear. It's the IVDR. So you cannot use self-evolving AI systems which get better and better. You have so-called fixed AI where you have a trained data set. You can use this, and the next time you make an update, you need to revalidate it. And I think there's lots of literature coming out on this, on the second question.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
10 seconds.
No, I'm just super curious because I don't know anything about the topic, about regulatory aspects, more general, beyond specific fields, as in the regulatory aspects of AI in terms of like the use of ChatGPT or stuff. I presume we're like 20 years behind where we should be, but I don't know. Do you more or less, can you give a couple of words on this?
Yeah, I mean, clearly Europe has more laws than the US. This is why all the tech development happens there at the moment. I would say the AI Act in Europe, the IVDR for diagnostic purposes, have really specific aspects and targets to regulate this. I'm not sure if over-regulating is the best thing to do or forbid the usage, for example, in schools. I think people should be exposed and try it out, but there's so much stuff which you can do in the wrong hands. You can do with tools wrong things, like, I don't know, fake images, fake news, and so on. And it will really, I highly recommend read the book from Yuval Harari, Nexus. Then you have a glimpse of what may come over the next 10 years.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, technology is a wonderful thing. Let's see how it goes. Thank you for the invitation, and thanks for inviting me here today. Yeah, I'm James Thomas. I'm from UCL Epicenter, and here we go. And this is my office in London. I'm co-director of the Epicenter now, where I do different types of systematic reviews and evidence synthesis, mostly in health. I'm interested in questions beyond effectiveness and complexity, causality, methods development in evidence synthesis. And I've also been interested in a long time in sort of technology and how we can make these review processes more efficient. So that's what brings me here today, really. Just in terms of declarations of interest, I'm employed by UCL. I've got various roles in Cochrane. There's this new AI methods group, which I'm one of the co-conveners of. I'm also one of the senior scientific editors on the Cochrane Interventions Handbook, work on Epi-Reviewer, as was mentioned, and there's some guidance coming on the responsible use of AI in systematic reviews, RAISE. And while I'm funded by various funders, you can see there, the views of my own, they're not necessarily those of the funders. So in this session, it'll go quite nicely next to Adrian's session, because I'm going to talk about AI and machine learning, and then think about how these newer tools, these large language models, can be used or may be used in evidence synthesis. And the point of the technology, let's hope it works, was so that you can join in too. And I'm going to use Menti. So those of you, actually I could go forward a slide here, because I think I've got the QR code. Okay, so those of you with a phone can use the QR code here and hopefully join in. Those of you online, if you go to menti.com and then enter that code on the screen, at the top of the screen there, you should be able to sign in. And that means that you'll be able, oh great, I've got some thumbs up here. That means people are signing in. Brilliant. Wonderful. I'll leave that up just for a moment, just so that everyone can get there. Though when we get to the various pages, I'll put the code up again, so you'll always be able to sign in. This thumbs up still coming. I don't know if that's people just having so much fun pressing the thumbs up, or whether it's more people signing in. Okay, I'll assume that we're about done, are we? Is anybody still signing in the room? All right. Right, okay, let's move on. Right, okay. So my question to begin with, hopefully this will appear as a question. Oh no. There we go. Now it's appeared. Right, just to see if it's working, with the thumbs up are helping, but who has actually done a systematic review or a systematic map or kind of rapid review or some kind of evidence synthesis to inform decision making? If you've not done any, then you're in good company by the looks of things. One or two, a few, and then more than three is probably the smallest number, as you might expect here. So let's have a little look. So it looks as though we're sort of 60s who haven't done any, 40s who've done one or two, and 13. Anyone advanced on 13? Well, I suppose I could click it. I've done more than one or two, more than three. Okay, there we go. There's a piece of, I don't know, real-time epidemiology for you. So we've got some experience, but most people haven't been doing systematic reviews on maps in their past. So just a little bit of context then on the sort of like the area of research that we're thinking about. Systematic reviews of research are used to inform decisions that inform people's lives, or they're informed decisions that affect people's lives rather. And so the stakes are quite high in terms of trying to get these things right. And that means that systematic reviewers, evidence synthesists as a group, favor accuracy over efficiency. And those of us who have been involved in these things will remember, you know, screening thousands of studies, trying to make sure that we find every available research study, making sure that we extract information in the most accurate way. And we do that because we want to avoid bias, we want to avoid selection bias in the studies that we find, and we want to make sure that we don't make mistakes in our extraction of data and that kind of thing. So what that means is we've got quite an inefficient and resource-intensive process. And it's involved over many years, and I've been involved in some of the methods that have been written for it, and it's really quite hard to think of any particular methodological development in this field that has actually reduced the amount of work we have to do. On the whole, methodological developments come with increasing work. So I did this little stat years ago now, back in 2014. It doesn't seem like all that very many citations now, but 163,000 citations were screened for inclusion in Cochrane reviews that year, but they were double screened, most of them, so it was a little bit more than that. 6,500 full text reports were retrieved, and 700 studies were included. There's obviously more reviews and more studies looked at since then, but that's still around 2 million records then a year. It's just in March 2014, I should have said. So from then until now, and probably way before then, people doing Cochrane reviews probably looked through the entire contents of PubMed. And they didn't just look through the entire contents of PubMed, because most of PubMed doesn't get retrieved for systematic reviews. What those of us doing these reviews have done continuously is gone looking at exactly the same studies and making different decisions about them. It's not a very efficient way of working. But it's meant that only a fraction of available studies are actually included in systematic reviews. We can't cover all the questions that we should do, and they become out of date very quickly, and that means we don't even know when they need to be updated because there's so much work involved. So obviously we're all interested in, well, can AI help us with this? And are there tools that we can use is the first question that we're asking, and obviously there are some. So you go on YouTube, there are many YouTube videos on doing literature reviews and different types of reviews. You can do the fastest lit review ever, apparently now. There's Terra, which is from some colleagues in Australia, which will actually write some of your review for you. There's Consensus, which will help you find some of the best science, as it says ever. There's Elicit, some of you may have played with that, which claims to be able to automate your systematic review. So are there AI tools that we can use? It's almost is this question out of date. There are AI tools we can use. The question is probably, should we use them and how can we use them? And there's a sort of like a concern that we're being out-evolved, those of us who are sort of continue doing manual processes, by these AI-assisted reviews. And so what I wanted to do a little bit next is to think about how some of these tools work in order to help us make good decisions about whether or not we should use them and how we should use them if we should. So, do they use? Which ones? And what I thought I would do, and it reflects a little bit on the last talk, is introduce you to a few ways in which AI/machine learning operates. And so there are four basic paradigms that are worth sort of hanging some of these tools on. There are rules-based approaches, unsupervised, supervised machine learning approaches, and then there's generative, which is a form of unsupervised and supervised, but it's got its own biases and its own challenges. So I think it's worth putting it in its own category. And I'm covering these in terms of technology and how they work so that we can gauge their strengths and weaknesses more easily. Come on, slides. There we go. Okay, we'll see. You'd hope it would sort of load the slides ahead, wouldn't you? A little bit of intelligence. Okay, so rules-based approaches, as you might expect, are a set of rules which are given to to humans to follow. And so we've all followed rules-based approaches to finding literature, for example, but doing a search is a very typical rules-based approach. Deduplication of results in EndNote or something, again, uses a rules-based algorithm to perform sort of sometimes quite a complex task. And rules can be very useful, they're very accurate, but they're also what we think of as fragile. So if you stick within the rules, they work very well. But if you stray outside just a little bit, the rules just break altogether. So a typical example is a search strategy, where if you've missed some of the most important terms, the search just utterly fails. It's not as though you get stuff which is adjacent, it just doesn't work. Unsupervised approaches. Machine is given no rules, as we've heard about already, and identifies patterns in the data. And so in terms of text, what we often do is we cluster records or documents together based on relationships and sort of co-occurrences of words. And you can get some really nice visualizations and understand the sort of like the topics of a search that, for example, that you've carried out, where the distribution of research lies, where there's lots of research and where there's not so much. Okay, unsupervised approaches, like my slides, we lack control of these things. We can't actually specify in advance what the categories are that we're looking for. They're very powerful because they can reveal relationships in the data which we didn't think about in advance, but we don't get to say what the categories are going to be. What's also nice about these approaches, though, is that they're very efficient. You don't actually have to work very hard to use an unsupervised approach. You can do a search, in my case, and use one of these visualization technologies, and it just does it for me. So they're quite helpful. Supervised approaches are where we actually have gold standard or training data available, where humans have sat down and labeled up the records. For example, as we've heard, text recognition and image recognition. Good supervision is required for this sort of task because the quality of what you get out is obviously dependent on the data that you put in. And where you've got lots of good data, you can get some very good results. So a few years ago, I was fortunate enough to work with Cochrane and Cochrane Crowd, where we had 280,000 records, which had been labeled up very, very accurately, over 99% sensitive and specificity. And they were labeled up according to whether they described a randomized trial or not a randomized trial. Lots and lots of records. So it was fairly easy to build an ensemble classifier here. We had lots of data. We had a Hedges data set to calibrate on, and then we had lots of data from Cochrane to validate the model on. And the model's now live and has been used for years. Very accurate, but very accurate because it's got lots of high quality data. And so you can't necessarily build a classifier like this in other fields. So, for example, for diagnostic test accuracy studies, we keep trying to build a classifier like this, but it's actually quite hard. We don't have the data set available, and actually humans find it a little bit more difficult to sort of say, is this definitively a DTA study or not? So our final approach that I wanted to just highlight to you are these generative approaches, which we've all played around with, ChatGPT and the like. But there are some different sort of technologies which go alongside them. And so that's what I want to unpick a little bit more next. So we've got sort of like this idea of a chatbot from a language model. There are ways of using a language model to index records in a database. And there are ways of using language models to extract information from documents, for example. So first of all, building a chatbot, building a GPT like model. It's a very long, complicated process, but sort of broadly speaking, it falls into various different areas. To begin with, it's trained. This pre-training stage actually uses unsupervised approaches and uses vast quantities of training data. So that's actually where you see this sort of almost unimaginably large quantities of data used with unimaginably large compute in order to build this model, this naive model. And what it's built to do is predict the next token or the next word in a sentence. And it actually can't chat to you. If you tried to talk to one of these models, you'd be a bit disappointed in that you would say something to it and it would just try and predict the next word that you were going to say. So what happens next is that this naive model is then fine-tuned and it's taught to do particular tasks. And what we're interested in doing often is to get the things to chat to us. And so that's what that happens at that stage there. And then finally, this reinforcement learning for human feedback and other types of reinforcement learning. And what happens there is a little bit meta because you actually then build another model to train the original model with human feedback. But that's actually been the critical phase between stuff which has been unusable and then things which have then been actually deployed as live products. So a few years ago, Meta produced this tool called Galactica, which was a language model, but they didn't do very much reinforcement learning on it. And it was very confident, but it generated lots of toxic output and lots of basically confident but incorrect output. And it got taken offline very quickly. And what OpenAI did was they invested an awful lot of money in this reinforcement learning through human feedback at the end, and also they actually injected some rules. And what it did was it turned this sort of pre-trained to fine-tuned model into something which could be deployed for millions of people to use. And they kind of submerged and sort of hid a lot of the sort of like the bias and the toxicity which it was generating. And that, they've published some research papers that shows you how they went about doing it. But I think what's really important to bear in mind is that whilst that bias and that toxicity has kind of been removed at the end of the process, that's actually present still in that core language model at the beginning. They haven't taken it out altogether. They've just suppressed some of the output. So in terms of how we interact with them, I've simplified here. We've got an input, which is the sort of like the prompts that we put in or the words that we ask, the questions we ask. And then there's a little bit of work that goes in the middle in terms of what's called tokenizing that. And then there's a decoder, which then sort of converts what's coming out of the language model back into words that we can read and see in the output. So at the beginning, I've input just one word. Obviously, we usually often input more than that, but I'll just input one word called theirs. And then what happens is then that the decoder will then come up with a list of words which might be a good response to my prompt. There's various ways in which you can add parameters to your use of these models to sort of determine how long the list is and whether or not it's most likely to choose the topmost word and that kind of thing. But we have this long list of words, and there's a little bit of sort of random selection that's put in here. They actually work better if they don't always choose the most likely next word. And so I've said here, it's decided there's no is going to be the next word in my sentence here. And then what happens is, when you see a language model writing the text, that's literally what it's doing. It predicts one word or actually one part of a word sometimes at a time. So it's now there's no, and then it goes around the circle again, and it sort of pretends that you've now input there's no, and then it predicts the next word. And so I've got here there's no place, and it will go around again. There's no place, and it will then go through that process and then predict the next one. There's no place like, and then we can then keep going along. I've decided it's going to say that there's no place like home in this case. So that is actually what's happening. It's not just one hit on the model when it's generating output for you. It's going round and predicting one little bit at a time. And so what's really important to bear in mind when you're using these models is that it's not planning ahead. Even if you say to it, to come up with a paragraph of text or something, or do X, Y, and Z, it's still just going through, and the model predicts one little component of your sentence at a time. And also, there's no checking the accuracy. It's just simply you're predicting what the next token, the next word is going to be. It doesn't go to a sort of like a third party and say, well, do we think that there's no place like home? Am I right about this? Or are there other places that are like home? That kind of thing doesn't enter its thinking, if you like. It just predicts the next word. So what we're able to do, obviously, when we're thinking about using it in a research context, is we can say something like, read this abstract and say whether it's about topic Y or topic X. You have an abstract, and is it about that? And then the output then is simply sort of yes, no, maybe, you know, and it'll then sometimes sort of give you a whole explanation. So what we're interested in doing here is sort of activating the right parts of the neural network, which will enable the language model to predict the sort of like the next token correctly or the next word correctly. And that's part of what we saw earlier in terms of some of those sort of like the deep research and the reasoning models. That's part of what they do. They sort of try and iterate round and sort of construct that prompt at the beginning to sort of try and make sure that the output that it's coming up with is more likely to be correct, let's say, or at least. Come on. There we go. Okay, so what I've been looking at there is something which is sort of a zero-shot or in-context learning, as it's known. And I think that's one of the really major contrasts with what we've seen before in terms of supervised machine learning. And this is why it's such an important shift in the way that we can use AI machine learning technologies. This is the process that we went through to build that randomized controlled trial classifier. Basically, I had all of those records from Cochrane Crowd on the left here. Have I got a thing, pointer thing? There we go, point. And then we calibrated it with a whole load more data, and then we validated it with even more data. A lot of data, and then we deployed the model. What we can do with, in a sort of like a zero-shot learning context, is we don't need all of that training data. Essentially, what we can do now is we can develop prompts, as we all have done, I'm sure, in the past. We can check, we have to validate them, that they work with our data, and then we can deploy it. So that's a whole heap of data less that we need to use to do essentially the same task. And so there's some really impressive things, and we've all got sort of anecdotes, I'm sure, that we can use to sort of illustrate what we can do here. So we can do data or information extraction, where, as I showed you, we can sort of have an abstract, or we can have a whole paper and ask a language model questions about it. So I've asked the language model in this case about a smoking cessation, stop advisor intervention, extract the PICO for me. It does that quite nicely. I can ask it to create a table of my results. And it'll take information from the text, it'll take information from a table and bring up a sort of like a table for me. And I've checked it and it's correct. It's quite impressive. And I asked it as well to give me a risk of bias assessment according to the Cochrane Rob tool. I didn't even bother spelling it out because that tool has been so well sort of memorized. There's so much data on it that these models know what the tool looks like, and we'll do, you know, on this one, a passable risk of bias assessment of that trial. So the next slide is, I think, here it is. The next slide is a map where we mapped the literature of AI and equity using AI. We had 36,000 records, and we used AI to screen them, GPT-4o in this case, and we got about 11,500 records in the map, which we then keyworded and then visualized. And we then did some evaluation work to see how accurate it was. This was a very easy task, I must say. This is an easy task. Is it about AI and equity, and put it into sort of various buckets around equity and what sort of domain, is it education, is it crime and justice, etc. So it was very accurate. But the interesting thing that we found on this is that we've got this lovely map, and we can click on it and we can see all this research in this map. But humans haven't actually done any of the work. So we got to the point of writing a report on this map, and no one had read any of the papers. So it was a very strange experience for us. It's kind of be careful what we wish for. We wish we didn't have to screen all these records and keyword them all. So we got that, but now, at some point we have to do that sense-making work and actually think about what we found. And so at the moment, we don't have an AI to do that. There's no substitute for us sort of thinking about the research that we've got in our maps. I'm afraid I don't remember what's on this slide, so I can't even imagine this one. There we go. Oh, it's the Sounds Amazing slide. Okay, so as we've heard, there are real concerns about bias, the way in which these models are trained. It's vast quantities of data off the internet, and there's an awful lot of bias and toxicity and stuff you wouldn't really want to be modeled. There's also this idea, this worry about the fact that these large companies, and one of the reasons that they're doing it in America might be because of the lower regulation, but they're just basically scraping loads of copyrighted content and just appropriating it without permission. There's obviously environmental impact. There's a lack of transparency in terms of how they work and how these models were built, what they're built on. And there's a real lack of an evidence base in terms of informing how we should use them. And there's an awful lot of money chasing around at the moment. There's a lot of startups that are able to sort of do quite impressive things with relatively little investment. And at the moment, we've got lots and lots of hype, and the claims are running considerably ahead of the capabilities of some of these tools. So just to summarize those paradigms for you, we've got rules-based. They're not very fashionable anymore, and they're fragile, but actually let's not completely dismiss the rules. The rules are quite useful at times. Unsupervised approaches give us patterns in the data, which can be quite useful. Supervised, if we've got the training data, we can actually build really quite good, reliable tools with that. And then this new generative paradigm, which is currently causing all this excitement, potentially has got an awful lot of potential because we don't need training data in order to perform lots of quite useful tasks. But there are all those concerns that I mentioned on the previous slide. So I've done, it's going to tell me the answers. What I was going to do here, but I know time is short, so maybe I won't. I was going to sort of see if there were any questions, but maybe we'll keep going for a minute. I'll take you into this last bit then. So what I wanted to do now that we've sort of positioned how these technologies work, what I want to do is sort of just introduce you to some of the generative AI architectures that are underpinning some of the tools that you might be using. And there are sort of three broad categories that I wanted to cover. There's chatbots, there's these semantic search engines, and there's retrieval augmented generation, within which sometimes you get these agents that work. And you already know all about them, so I won't talk about them too much. So what was the first one? It's a chatbot. Come on. Maybe I should just hotspot off my phone. Here we go. Right, so first of all, what I thought I would do was ask a number of these tools, is mindfulness an effective intervention for smoking cessation among adults? I should have had a question to ask you that, shouldn't I, to begin with? But anyway, that's what I thought I would ask. So first of all, let's position ourselves in terms of understanding what the current evidence is on this. There's a Cochrane review, it's not all that old, basically did not detect a clear benefit of smoking cessation interventions using mindfulness. That goes just about for any comparator at all, but also a really important caveat is the risk, is the sort of like the relative confidence that the authors had in the conclusions of the studies. It's quite a low quality set of data as far as they were concerned. So that's what the Cochrane review says. When I asked the question of ChatGPT, which is the GPT-4o model, yes, mindfulness-based interventions have shown promising effectiveness as a tool for smoking cessation amongst adults. And one of the things that I think we're starting to notice about these tools, especially these ones that are sort of consumer focused, is they've got a bit of a positivity bias amongst them now. You know, they don't want to say nasty things about anything. So here we've got an intervention where the Cochrane review says very clearly, you know, doesn't seem to be much use. ChatGPT just can't help saying, yes, there's good stuff here. And then it says RCTs, and it talks about mechanisms of action. And it talks about a meta-analyses, but not the Cochrane review. So there we go. ChatGPT says it's wonderful. So there we go. The strengths and limitations then of using a chatbot to answer a question like that. Nice, you can ask it questions in standard prose, and sometimes it can provide accurate answers quickly. But, and this is where it's really important for us to sort of think about how they're trained and what they're good and what they're bad at. They're frequency biased. And that means that if you've got an answer which has been commonly available out on, you know, within its training material, that's the type of answer that it may well get right. If you're asking something on an edge, of the sort of like the edge of its learning, or actually is within a sort of behind a paywall, then it's not going to have memorized it. It's not going to know the answer properly. They can what's called hallucinate. Actually, there's no difference to the chatbot in terms of a hallucination or getting it right. You know, we've seen how they work. They're just predicting the next word. And they sound very confident because that's what the reinforcement learning's done. But they can be confident and wrong just as often as they can be confident and right in some areas. So we have to be really, really cautious about treating a chatbot as a source of information. That's the sort of like the bottom line on that. They're just not engineered to be correct. And where we're interested in answers which may not have been memorized well, then we're just asking the wrong technology those questions. Come on, load the slide. It really doesn't cache them at all, does it? Right, okay. I will talk semantic search very quickly because I don't want to completely run out of time. This is where we can use a language model to essentially store what's called vector representations of documents. So they are, if you see a vector, it's some sort of a set of numbers, which is about sort of 1,800 numbers long, and they're sort of up to about 18 decimal places. It's these huge numbers which aim to sort of represent in this multidimensional space the location of a particular set of text. And the way that we then interact with it is we build a database, the user asks a question, the question is transformed into the same vector space as the documents, and then the documents are retrieved. There's strengths and limitations on this. They're very, very popular, but the real trick is being able to translate the sort of like the query into the same vector space as documents, because a query may not look very much like an abstract and a title of a document. So that's the real challenge. And I've got a tool to show you an example of that. So one of the tools which I think it's worth you having a little look at, if you haven't, is this new paper finder from Alan AI. And what's nice about this in comparison with some of the other tools out there is it's trying quite hard to tell you what it's doing as it does it. And it's using a vector index, but it's also using a sort of like a standard search. And what it does, I asked it this mindfulness question, and it first of all went to a language model to sort of expand that question, figure out actually what the question's asking about. And then it uses that to then query the databases that it's got in different ways. And then it'll sort of give you a sort of like a step-by-step report in terms of how it's looking, how many papers it's found, and all that kind of thing. So that one I really like because it's actually trying to tell you what's going on, and it's and it's actually quite good at it. That's one of the really interesting things. This is a combination between using a language model, using a vector index, and using what are basically rules. So using a language model to create the rules for a search is really interesting work, worth having a little look at. So the last technology I wanted to cover was retrieval augmented generation, which looks a bit complicated on the screen. It's not that bad. Basically, it's using this vector index again. What it does is it sort of chunks the documents up into little bits. So that's the saw that we've got here, the circular saw, chunks the documents up into little fragments, stores them all in a database. The user asks a question. The database retrieves the sections of documents which answer that question. Those little bits of text are fed into a language model, and it writes you an answer. That's the theory, but there's a lot of points of possible failure there. And so what I was hoping to do here was to say, have a go with Perplexity and Paper Finder. I don't know if we've got time for that really.
5 minutes.
5 minutes? So go on then, have a go at that, those of you who would like to. And while you're doing that, if there's any questions or something, maybe we can cover them now.
Are there any questions around? Okay, so.
Any questions online?
Online? Lay? No? So.
Okay. Is using AI accepted in the Cochrane review process?
Yes, with a caveat or two. So that classifier, the randomized trials classifier, for example, has been part of Cochrane processes for years now. So that is certainly accepted. And Cochrane is putting out a sort of like a position statement very soon. I've been part of the group that's helping to write it. And it's basically saying, yes, Cochrane doesn't want to stop people using tools, but they have to be properly validated and justified for use. So you know, if you're going to use something, I don't know, like Perplexity or something in a Cochrane review, I think you'd have a hard time persuading the editors at the moment that it was the right thing to do. But if you're using a tool to help you find papers, for example, so long as you can demonstrate that it hasn't undermined the accuracy of the review, then I think that's the line that they're taking at the moment.
So we have another question online. How should the process of writing a paper before the developed as a reaction of AI, I guess?
I've not checked. I mean, I was involved a little bit in the discussions around the new consort statement for reporting randomized trials. And one of the things that we were trying to do there was to try and make reporting a little bit more, you know, machine readable friendly. And just in terms of just using the same words throughout, when you're talking about one of the arms of the trial, you know, sort of finding creative ways of describing the same thing is actually slightly unhelpful, both in terms of most readers, but also very unhelpful in terms of trying to get a machine to read it. So I think there are things we can do to make this a little bit more possible. So I don't know if anyone has managed to use Perplexity or an AI, but the idea here is that you can post a thought or two. Was it a question?
Hi. Yeah, this is really, really interesting. I think it's very relevant for a lot of the work we're doing already. So what I would like to better understand, you mentioned the smoking cessation and mindfulness question. You identified like 6 major errors and I don't know, some minor. So you reviewed everything that the model did to identify whether it had done it correctly. Is that how you identified
Which example are you thinking of?
You had the smoking cessation, the generative approach you used for the smoking cessation, and
yeah.
At the bottom you said the model had like 6 major errors and then so and so many minor errors.
Oh, that was on the AI and equity map. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So you can only identify the errors that it has made by doing the whole process yourself again.
At the moment.
At the moment.
Yeah.
So there's no way to use an AI model to identify the errors, or I'm just thinking, so we cannot basically use it at this point in time. It doesn't really help unless maybe collecting papers or identifying them, but we're not quite there yet to use it for review, right? There's no, it's
not quite. I would, if we get there, there's a slide on it, but I think the challenge there is that, you know, we have drugs which are sort of put out in trials and they're evaluated, and on the basis of the trials we say yes, we're going to use them, or no, we're not going to use them. And if we have enough data, even if we don't know exactly what that drug, how it works, there's plenty of examples of that, we still use it on the basis of the evidence. And that's some of the ways of thinking in terms of using these. What we don't yet have is even that evidence base, though.
Mm-hmm. And of course, I mean, if humans perform systematic reviews, they also have a rate of error, right? Maybe it's even higher than the AI. I don't know about comparisons there. But so if you have any suggestions on, are there any good courses you can suggest if someone wants to do a systematic review now, looking into the future and using AI? Are there any good training courses on how to train these models, like more in detail?
I don't know about in the detail about the model training, and there's some good courses that Carol Lefebvre, for example, is running stuff on searching. Actually, there's one that's starting, I think, fairly soon that Neil Hadaway and people have got online as an online course, and we're building stuff into our courses as well. But on the evidence synthesis side, there's less on the sort of like if you want to do the machine learning and start building your own models, then that's probably more of a sort of like a machine learning course rather than a evidence synthesis systematic review course.
So we've got a lot of questions online, I guess. Should we proceed with the questions, or are there some more content?
I'll just show you the content, because then you'll know what the conclusion was. So, okay, so this was Perplexity. Is it effective? And it said there's mixed evidence. and sort of mixes in a very slightly bizarre way systematic review evidence with sort of individual trials, with trials in the systematic reviews. Only has 9 sources of data. Yeah, mixes systematic reviews with trial evidence. It doesn't do it how we would think about doing it. Which one was this? This was Undermined. Very similar story. It's a little bit more positive, and also it doesn't really consider the different types of evidence. Elicit is really interesting in terms of its process. It tries to look like a systematic review, but again, doesn't really distinguish between the sort of like the quality of studies and the fact that you've got a meta-analysis, you've got a Cochrane review there, and then it essentially then combines the findings of that review with primary studies which that review contains. So methodologically, these things are all over the place. Strengths and weaknesses of RAG you can do something very, very quickly, and you can do something quite impressively with these, but you've got all of those points of failures that I've mentioned before. So you've got all of the possible problems with hallucinations, you've got this problem of retrieving the right records, and you've got the whole problem of actually the synthesis. The synthesis of science isn't just synthesis of text, and a lot of these tools at the moment are treating them as though they are. So these slides will be online, I think, somewhere. So I think you can go and look at the important questions. So I will just get through to the end. Just to say, because this was what I wanted to finish with, really, that we were asked to write some guidance on this, but we found there's just no evidence base really to write some decent guidance. So what we've started to do is to develop sort of a set of 3 documents now, which are hoping to sort of put us in a position where different roles in this evidence ecosystem, the slides are all working now, all sort of play a mutually supportive part in order to sort of have methodologists talking to tools developers, doing proper validation studies, and actually cumulatively building an evidence base. So I will go on to this one first. Studies within a review, this idea that if we do the same type of study in multiple reviews, actually we can learn. At the moment, the evidence base is all over the place. We've got sort of these little studies using different models, different methods, different comparators. It's really difficult to sort of build and learn where we are in the evidence. So we need to get more organized on that. There's the guidance. There's another QR code for you if you want it. That will go online in the next 2 weeks, I know, because I've got to put it there. There's going to be 3 documents. There's recommendations for practice. There's guidance on building, evaluating, and reporting that process of AI tools, and guidance on selecting and using them in evidence synthesis. And that's being sort of put together by people from all those different organizations. So really interested if you want to take a look and see what you think. And I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you very much. So, some questions from the chat?
Yes, there are a lot of questions popping up, and I'm trying to combine in it. It's about transparency of AI, plagiarism, completeness, and accuracy.
Just that.
We have 5 minutes until the coffee break. So.
And by the way, a lot of thanks for the great talk.
Oh, thank you. Transparency is a real challenge, and there are tools which are trying to be transparent about it. I think we can be transparent in how we use them. Sometimes we can't be transparent in terms of exactly how the models are working. But I think what is absolutely critical is we have to be transparent about the evidence base on which we're depending on to say that they're relevant and they're doing the job that they're doing, and also how we have, there are plenty of situations where there's just bias in these models which just surface unexpectedly. So that AI map, for example, there was some studies that had been ticked older people in the population because they were about arthritis, but actually the population was children. And the map, the model had just said, oh, it's about arthritis, it's going to be about older people too, and just sort of tick the box. And there are some of these biases which, that's one of the less toxic ones. There's plenty of examples of toxicity in there too, where there are sort of like underlying assumptions which it's actually quite difficult to know what you do with a model like this. How you actually, you know, it's fundamentally baked into the model. You can't actually use the model without being exposed to these biases. So we've got to think about what we do about probably building our own models rather than relying on some of these that have been sort of been generated off Reddit and things.
So, any more questions in the room? Yes, maybe. Could you hand out the microphone?
Hi, have you any experience with the deep research models that they've now put out? I mean, that's sort of half a year old. Did they improve the true to the literature rate in any capacity?
Yeah, I mean, what I think, you know, there's this distinction between relying on the information that the models essentially tried to memorize in an imperfect way and using it as a language model to interrogate other information. So if you've got documents that you're wanting the language model to interrogate, and if you can manage to sort of stick to those documents, or, you know, like these agent workflows where they go off and find the records, so long as it retrieves the right records and it's not sort of hallucinating as it extracts information, you know, what we're seeing increasingly is they're actually quite good at extracting information. What I wouldn't be wanting to do is sort of rely on it retrieving information from its memory, from the training data, because that's kind of not what they've been designed to do. You know, I know that's how a lot of people are using them, but, you know, in terms of their engineering, they're not designed to get that right.
Okay. Okay, the very last question.
I think it's hopefully a simple one. How do these tools deal with paywalls and articles that cost money?
That's not a simple question at all. In terms of the training data, the paywall documents on the whole aren't be there or shouldn't be in these public models. Obviously, the publishers, journal publishers, are building their own language models with some of their paywalls. And so you've got these nice silos of language models that have seen different bits of the scientific evidence base, and you're supposed to do something with that. And well, you're supposed to pay lots of money to Elsevier and people for the privilege. What they're trying to also do is to sort of put terms of use on all of their websites, which say you're not allowed even to process one of their documents through any kind of language model. And that actually, you know, depending on who you are, is trying to take away rights that you've got in terms of the right to read, right to mine. You've got copyright exemptions, certainly in the EU and UK, and the sort of fair use rights in the US. And so they're trying to restrict people beyond actually what they're allowed to restrict them to do with the records. But there's this constant war going on now between sort of model developers and publishers. And so OpenAlex, which is one of the databases which we use a lot, which is the biggest open access database of research, lost about 14 million abstracts. Well, it didn't lose them. It was told to take them down again by Elsevier. So all of the abstracts for closed access records just sort of disappeared overnight from that database. So there's a bit of a battle going on in that area at the moment.
So, hello, welcome back. I'm Ute Rexroth. I'm acting head of infectious diseases epidemiology here at RKI, and I have the huge pleasure to introduce the next speakers. The first speaker is Professor Marion Koopmans, and we are really honored to have her here. She's really one of the globally best recognized and highest valued virologists. She's director of the Department for Viroscience at Erasmus Medical Center at the Netherlands, and also the WHO CC for emerging infectious diseases. And she has really dedicated her career to combat infectious diseases threat and followed really the investigation of the major viral diseases, especially zoonotic diseases, and has been at the forefront of every global pandemic, I think. She's one of the pioneers of One Health, the One Health aspect, and is really in diverse expert channels and expert fora and expert boards of WHO, of European Commission, and in the Netherlands. She has been in the task force during the COVID crisis. So I was told she is the beacon, or considered the beacon of reliability. So I'm really happy to have her here, and please welcome her with me. And we are thrilled to have your speech.
Well, thank you. Don't ask that on X. You will get a very different answer. But thank you. So now for something completely different, I think, because I am really a person who is exploring where data science could lead us, not being a data scientist, but really trying to think through, you know, what could the future look like? That's what I put together in this talk. So let's see. And I titled it From Reactive to Proactive, A1 Health Take on Emerging Disease Preparedness. The reasons are obvious. There's outbreaks all the time. There's maybe outbreaks with increasing frequency. There's certainly outbreaks with increasing size. And that may come with, I don't know, it may come with age, but you get a bit tired of jumping up and responding to outbreaks. My interest nowadays is, can we really get better at predicting them and maybe, or being at the right spots, detecting them so early that we really can have an impact in their extent of spread. So that brings you back to some very basic questions. So like, how do we know what to prepare for? And the focus, obviously, where the One Health focus is on the observation that many emerging diseases are of animal origin. Many of them are viral. Sorry for the microbial interested people. And if you look at the whole, the exploding world of metagenomics and virome discovery, actually the number of new virus families discovered is very limited. So what we discover are variations on a theme. So, you know, that makes you think that maybe the scope of what we need to prepare for is also relatively finite. And then within that whole taxonomic world, some virus families are more notorious than others because there's clear examples of multiple host switches in there, if you look at them. So a list of candidates seems finite, and we can potentially prepare by studying related viruses and developing model systems for rapid assessments. So the way I like to look at this is like this. So we are surrounded by viruses. You all know that if you take your average water sample by now. There's the great studies done by Greg Venter, sequencing everything that's present, for instance, in ocean water, and the finding there was it's millions and millions and millions of viruses in 1 milliliter of ocean water, and viruses really play a core regulatory role in all sorts of ecosystems. So we're surrounded by viruses. If you take samples from a range of wild animals, you will find a range of viruses, many of them not yet fully annotated, so a lot of that will be seen as novel or dark matter even, but very often they are variants on the theme of viruses that we already know. But if you then look at that and you see one in an animal or in a spillover event, the key question is, what does it take in this particular, oh, I needed to do this like this, right? What does it take in this particular situation to move from a dead-end spillover event to something that transmits with little efficiency or with increasing efficiency or fully efficient, in which case you can see really epidemic spread or even pandemic spread. And I think so. There's lots of discussion about the use of utility of, for instance, biosurveillance, wildlife surveillance. There's schools of thoughts. There's pros and cons. I don't think selling that as this is going to prevent the next pandemic is the best idea, but I do think there is things to be gained with earlier detection than what we are currently capable of doing by focusing on some of these things. So that's also the central thinking in a consortium that I've been coordinating. It's called VIO. And really we are trying to see, can we get ahead of this curve by moving to the eco side, ecological side, trying to understand disease dynamics in the reservoir or reservoirs, and trying to use that information to predict where, when, and what kinds of diseases could potentially start to cause trouble. So that's shown here. So the typical situation that we're familiar with in public health, I've also worked in public health for many years, is you start to jump up once people get sick, but what if we really gain a deep understanding on what's going on here? Can we be better at least nipping that in the bud? So we work with what we call change scenarios for vector-borne disease emergence, zoonotic wildlife emergence, a climate change scenario, and what we call a silent epidemic scenario, which is really spread through global urban, high-density urban centers. And then, of course, trying to compile it all in a disease X scenario. So what does that mean? Well, it means that we try to see what types of data is out there that we could explore to really understand the ecology side of things. We, of course, have our regular surveillance data. This is multitasking here. Anyway, our regular surveillance data, increasingly with more complex data types like metagenomics, like systems, serology, types of data that you really have to get more familiar with to really understand where and when you could actually use them and how actionable they are. There's, of course, then all sorts of other data sources that can be used to inform about drivers for disease emergence. And in order to move there, you, of course, have to know what data is out there. Also, how can you access it? How can you assess the quality? And how can you then combine it in a meaningful way? So that's all the processes that we've been trying to work on. So for each of the scenarios, we work through really a stepwise approach, saying for what are key drivers, which data is available, in which structure, and what do you need to really move with this? What is the quality of data? And this is also described in a report published, led by Emma Sneary from APHA in the UK. What is listed here on the bottom row is also, we also look at if there's really critical knowledge gaps, then can we maybe use and engage other ways of data gathering, for instance, through citizens to fill those knowledge gaps. And the endeavor here is these are lots and lots of publicly accessible data sets, but everyone who does a study like this starts to reassemble them and starts to work with them from scratch. So part of the output of this work is a nearly final app that really provides access to how we have worked, how the VIO consortium has worked with the data. Now, reason for moving to this is that we do have some knowledge. We have some knowledge, for instance, if you think about avian influenza. Avian influenza viruses that we know are present in wild birds across the globe in a so-called low pathogenic form, low pathogenic for birds, that is, but they may pick up mutations, in which case they can develop into highly pathogenic viruses that are highly pathogenic for birds again. And what you could say by now is this has almost invariably happened when low-path AI viruses entered high-density poultry farming. There's quite a bit of literature on that, so it's really the opportunity for explosive spread that generates the condition for this pickup of mutations that increases, that adds in a cleavage site in the stalk of the hemagglutinin, and that really changes the properties of these viruses. So the birth sites of these viruses can be predicted, is the assumption here. The birth site of the current H5 viruses that have traveled the globe also are known. So they really date back to the first emergence of H5 in the mid-90s of highly pathogenic avian influenza in the mid-90s and picked up in Hong Kong, but they picked up in Hong Kong a situation that was going on in southern China, in Guangdong. And since then, these viruses have not been eliminated from the poultry farming system in that region and have continued to spawn new variants, reassortants, essentially new viruses since then. That we know. So that also has impacted how we can look at avian influenza viruses globally. So again, focusing now on H5, here is the early situation, H5 popping up in Asia, Southeast Asia, embedded and continuously circulating in the poultry farming system there. And there was a lot of attention for it and a lot of warnings on what China and other countries in the region needed to do to enhance the surveillance, because there also was clear that there was zoonotic infections with high case fatality rate associated with this. Since then, those viruses have been moving through migratory birds mostly, and seeding outbreaks in a much wider geographic region, across Asia, into Europe, sometimes even further into Canada and the Americas. But these used to be hit and run infections. So seeding, introduction into poultry systems, that's how you see them in many parts of the world, culling activities of that poultry, and then virus is gone until the next seed comes in. Now that fundamentally changed since 2020, when a particular sublineage of H5 started to swarm, as I call it, and spread over the world through migratory birds, but now seems to be there to stay. So we have between here and here a totally different situation when we talk about risks of exposures to H5 viruses, and also about the risk assessment process. And what happened on the way is, of course, these viruses were introduced into different geographic regions. This is Europe. And what you see here is what happens if these viruses start to circulate in wild birds that also have low-path viruses. So you start to see really the sparking of reassortant viruses. Every color is a new reassortant. So the situation that we were looking at in Southeast Asia is very similar to the situation that we now have in our backyards, and the same is happening in the US. So quite virologically happy family events here, lots of crossbreeding, not very comfortable if you look at this from a risk assessment perspective. Because we talk about the H5 viruses, but what we are looking at is really a zoo of variants that have the hemagglutinin in common, but that have different mixtures of internal genes. And therefore, we cannot assume we know what the behavior is. You do a public health risk assessment, you take data from an experimental infection with one specific virus. Can you extrapolate that data to all these other viruses? Is the constant question that we need to ask ourselves. So, for instance, here with that benzootic of H5, we've also seen spillovers of these viruses into mink in Spain and in Finland, with a certain virus with a certain configuration in marine mammals in South America, and now in US dairy cattle. So all these viruses have the hemagglutinin in common, but internally they look different. So the information is not easy to compare. What we've also seen since then is, maybe because of the opportunity and the widespread presence, maybe because of other reasons, we've seen a very fast expansion of the host range, both in terms of birds, but also in terms of mammals. And of course, introducing avian influenza viruses into mammals does create opportunity for mammalian adaptation. potentially then also increasing the risk for something popping up that might affect humans and might become transmissible among humans. So far, that hasn't happened, but it is the big shift is, of course, that there's much more opportunity that since only a few years, really. Here's the one that really was the big surprise, the introduction of H5 avian influenza into cattle. Who would have thought? Cattle were thought to be not so susceptible. Right now, you start to then see older literature that says, hey, there's some serology, H5 serology in cattle, so maybe we assumed too much. And maybe there was already an indicator of this, but certainly early March 24, first detected in cattle in Texas, and from there has spread quite efficiently, and that spread is, a lot of it is driven by the way cattle is being handled, farmed in the US. What exactly seeded this is unclear. There is, one of the hypotheses is that there is still a practice of recycling offal from poultry slaughtering into cattle food chain. That could be an introduction route. That could have been a one-off accident, but there also are now 2 new introductions of avian viruses into cattle in the US. So it's not clear. There seems to be something in the process that is not right, and that is that may have changed. So an interesting question here is if you really look now at the experimental data from, for instance, animal infections, it looks like these viruses are really not very transmissible among cattle. There's very little respiratory shedding. There's quite a threshold, a barrier to transmission, yet we see widespread and continued spread of these viruses across the US. And the thinking is that it's mostly man-made, human-aided transmission, something you would think we can easily stop. So there's now clear documentation that the transmission can happen through the handling, the milking process. And there's also a process that once a cow has mammalitis, the virus sits in the udder. Once a cow gets a mammalitis, which you can see because the milk becomes a little bit cloggy and they are more difficult to milk, the cows are shipped to another farm. That's a very sure way of spreading an infection. And that practice apparently is not, well, the public health authorities in the US, in as much as they still exist, have had a hard time getting access to farms, and it's really a very siloed off system. So you look at this as like, this is stoppable, yet it's not stopping, which is a bit of a problem. So the questions that we're of course interested in and looking at is, what does all this wild mixing and host jumping do to potential of these viruses to evolve into human pathogens? We know there are specific marker mutations to look out for. We know that from historic experimental infections. But what about now the situation in cattle? We start to see new mutations that are associated with increased replication that are not in the textbooks, but that we need to learn just from the ongoing evolution of these viruses. And here's an example. This is an animal transmission study, the way they have been done historically. So you infect ferrets, you add ferrets in the cage that are non-infected, but then can become infected if there's contact transmission, and you add a ferret in the cage with, some air in between with walls with holes in it, and that's the test for the question whether there's airborne transmission. And if you do that for seasonal influenza viruses, you can very well document airborne spread. if you do that with old avian influenza viruses, you really don't see it. If you do that with one of the avian influenza viruses from cows passaged through a Texan farmer, you do see increased transmission. So there is this opportunity for evolving situation there. So that brings, of course, the question, how can you speed this up? And I think this is an area, it was also mentioned by previous speakers, where I think we really can start to learn maybe to predict properties. So this is looking at the antigenic maps of avian influenza viruses. So where you look at what, so this is maps, the original antigenic map here is a map of the diversity of influenza virus antigens here for H5, that as it is measured by looking for the reaction between antibodies and the virus, and using those so-called HI titer tables to predict an antigenic map. Now, and here to the right are two large language models that have taken the genomic data, have been trained on part of that historic experimental data, and then have learned to predict just from the genomic information where the position in the antigenic map would be of these viruses. And this paper has just been accepted. I think this is the low-hanging fruit because an antigen prediction is relatively simple because you know there's epitopes, there's specific places in the virus that you can look at, you know where antibodies bind, but at least it's a first example where the language models really are providing very, very similar information to the decades of experimental data combined with analysis. So that's an interesting development. And we need this type of work, I think, also for some of the other traits, like ability to replicate in mammals and potential transmissibility. Now, so trying to get all the data together is one thing. I think the sobering conclusion is that despite all we know about flu, which arguably you could say is one of the most studied viruses out there, we still are in no way able to predict whether or not the situation in the US will lead to a human disease problem, a human epidemic or pandemic. What we can say is that if a pandemic would evolve from that, we cannot say we haven't been warned. And this is a bit the catch-22 situation that we're in. So one thing that we think is also interesting then to look at, okay, let's, if these viruses, if out of this zoo something pops up that is more transmissible between humans, what does it encounter in terms of potential immunity in the population? And that is, of course, also something you can do ahead of time. So, and this is now taking lessons learned from the 2009 pandemic, where looking at antibodies to the tip of the hemagglutinin, which is the correlate of protection for influenza, which is what we use to assess whether vaccines are in bridging studies to see if the vaccines are non-inferior for the next season. During the 2009 pandemic, we learned that there's a very different type of antibodies that also can neutralize infection and that are targeting a different part of the hemagglutinin, not the tip, but the stalk, and that those can actually maybe confer broader protection, even though it's not considered a correlate of protection as of yet. So one of the things that we then do is say, okay, let's just profile what is there in the population in terms of antibodies to a range of different influenza viruses. So here you have the H1, the seasonal viruses, H2 that is no longer there, the H3 seasonal viruses, here influenza B viruses, and of course there's different levels of binding antibodies to these viruses. And here you have H5 hemagglutinin tips and very little antibodies there, as we would expect, because those viruses are antigenically very distant. But that changes if you take the whole stock. So there are quite substantial levels of cross-reactive antibodies that recognize H5 hemagglutinin if you look at a separate part of the genome. So what does that do? Of course, we don't know that, but that's an important question. What about functional antibodies? So functional means antibodies that have been considered as correlates. So here you look at the HI titers, so the hemagglutinin inhibition titers for seasonal viruses, and they're there. For avian H5, they are not there as expected. But if you take functional antibodies to the other surface protein, the N1, there's quite high levels. So, and these are also neutralizing antibodies. They are not considered as effective in reducing infection, but there is certainly immunity to look at that could play a role. Now, if you do this by age, of course, the pattern is very different depending on when you were first exposed to your first influenza virus. So we're currently looking at in the community, in the population, what is the profile of antibodies that incoming viruses are encountering, and how could that potentially reduce the risk of them spreading. Switching gears to a second emergence pathway, and that's looking at infections that are associated with climate change. That's of course a very big container. This is a very nice systematic review by the University of Hawaii that that looked at the vast body of literature and asked the question for which types of effects of climate change, for instance, the warming, increased precipitation, flooding, and so on, is there literature about potential effects on a range of pathogens? And is that effect positive or negative? So is there more or less? So they concluded that from this review is that there's an overwhelmingly positive association, so increase of infections for all of these downstream climate change effects, but that there is certain grouping. So here you have the viruses. There's clearly an expected increase in vector-borne disease in many parts of the world. There may also be decreases in other parts of the world. It's never a very simple linear, this is more, this is less kind of relation. Well, we're also interested in that. So what about emergence of arboviruses, and particularly flaviviruses in the EU context? So we have several. There's Culex-borne, Lesotho, West Nile. There's Aedes-borne, more in Southern Europe, dengue, chikungunya, not yet Japanese encephalitis, but the potential for introduction might be there. And the question is, so there is all these viruses have complex cycles that involve reservoir animals, that involve certain mosquitoes, and then can spread either as in humans as dead-end hosts, or with humans becoming part of the cycle, as we see with dengue, for instance. Now, typically for Northern Europe, also if you look at the ECDC risk assessments, that's considered to be relatively low. And you know, let's not be too worried about it. We shouldn't be too worried about it. On the other hand, if I look at the animal world, we've had massive, explosive vector-borne disease outbreaks in Northern Europe. Schmallenberg virus, if you remember, was a big explosive outbreak that spread like wildfire, that was first started at the border of Germany and the Netherlands, transmitted through midges, and really spread massively. Blue tongue, also a cattle problem or an animal health problem, same thing. We have a lot of blue tongue in Northern Europe, so why not also think about some of the human pathogens? And of course, what you all know is the ecology. If you start to then look at the ecology side of where could vector-borne diseases pop up and spread to, that's a very complex picture. You need to understand something about the viruses, about the vectors, about climate conditions, habitat conditions, and people, and particularly human behavior. So not an easy topic. But we are thinking of potentially underestimating the potential. So this is images from a national consortium where we said, let's just deep profile whatever is there. Just let's do ecological studies and see what we find. It's not an area that is really where there's really a lot of attention, but that's just what we did. So what do we find? Well, first of all, abundant presence of one flavivirus, and that's Usutovirus, and that's a bird virus, which causes quite substantial epidemics in birds with high fatality rates. There's an estimate using citizen science bird observation data that during one wave of Usutovirus, around 15% of all blackbirds died, which is really substantial. But we also see that there are separate lineages. It's not just one virus, there is several viruses. So here's the top lineage that's called Africa 3. And you see that we find that consistently through time. So that seems to be really enzootic. But there's also another one that's Europe 3. And here that is occasionally introduced. And it looks like we get it from the German population here. But that's, of course, biased by who is even looking into this. But different patterns for different lineages of these viruses. So if you then do that and start to pool the data on these viruses across Europe, you can see that there are indeed 4 separate clusters that have different root locations based on the currently available data. Here's one rooted in Austria, northern Italy, Germany, and Spain. So what's with this? So if you then look at the lineage dynamics across Europe, this is work that is led by Lulu from University of Edinburgh, you see that they all are quite different. So we speak of the Usutovirus, but there's actually multiple lineages that each have their own behavior. The top one here is the African 3 that is really enzootic in our region. And here are viruses that we occasionally see, as you would see. Now, why are these patterns so different, and what determines that? Well, that's what was asked in this study. It's still ongoing, it's not yet published. So the Usutovirus nodes have a tendency to remain in areas with anceriform flyways. That sounds like, for the people that look into bird flu. So it's areas that are rich in certain bird species, cultivated vegetation, and chicken density. We think that's interesting. It's not something we know whether chicken could become a reservoir again for these viruses, but it's something that we're now looking into. And the 3 nodes have a tendency to be attracted to areas with greater urbanization and bird species richness. Now, if you look at that on a map in the Netherlands, you see that Usutu, so they're sampling across the country, but you see that the situation is not sort of completely random. you see that there seems to be a bit of a hotspot where these viruses are and from where they are seeded into other parts of the country. So and then the question is, okay, what's happening in those regions that could explain that? And again, this is the poultry-rich regions, which have a lot of, also attract a lot of wild birds. So, and that's interesting to watch. So in the studies that were done, then what Lulu did is look at that, you know, the big space amount of open data that is out there. What could be used to really explain the direction of spread? What are key drivers? And the questions that I just mentioned, and then you come up with this complex scheme, where also for West Nile, we applied this and see that for West Nile, again, there's separate lineages. This is now looking at West Nile lineage 2, where there is, unlike what I thought, continuous enzootic presence in the southern part of Europe. There seems to be something in more in this region where there's very little surveillance, but that then seeds clusters of viruses moving down south and seeding Italy and Greece and so on, and clusters of viruses moving up north, separate sublineages again, and that seem to be driven by different transmission drivers. Well, we've seen them with our deep dive. We also see that in addition to Usutu, we also have West Nile, very little human infection, if any, with a single round of infections. But the viruses are there, are consistently there. Apparently, a piece of the puzzle is missing to make this into outbreaks. And if you have that kind of data, you then also can try and understand, okay, what makes this the ecology of these viruses sustainable? So what determines whether or not they become enzootic? So this was done with the Usutu data using a quite complex model here led by Marieke de Wit, who asked the question, can I explain the enzootic presence by just using blackbird data as blackbirds as the model as a reservoir in my model? And the answer is no, you cannot. It would die out. So there seems to be something missing in terms of what could be reservoir species. And the question that is in our mind now, could that be also poultry? We know poultry is susceptible, poultry is being used as sentinel species, but what about the potential role of our poultry farming system in sustaining this kind of infection? And that is something that we're looking into. What you also can see is, sorry that I need to go back, is the top right, is that if you then compare just from the dispersal of these viruses, you can estimate the branch dispersal velocity, and you can see it's very different for Usutu than for West Nile, and it's also very different for the different Usutu sublineages. So that raises question, is it different birds that drive the spread of these viruses? Is that possible? So what we're doing now is trying to combine this data with the systematic literature review old-fashioned style, that is trying to look at what information is out there on the range of bird species with virus detection, but for Usutu and West Nile by molecular methods and by serology. And how can you use that data to maybe feed into the dispersal models to try and see, can we better explain what we're seeing by combining this with knowledge about the birds? So if you look at the literature review, so the detections, the positive PCR detections, there is the birds that we expect, but there's also quite remarkable presence, for instance, of pigeons, not a bird species that we had immediately in scope, but it's something that we are now exploring. Whereas if you look then at serology, there's really a much wider range of bird species that are positive, which if you don't die, become seropositive, maybe that's an indication of reservoir suitability, who knows. A question that we also have is what is happening with all this, the interventions that we do. So, because we know for emerging diseases, land use change is one of the key drivers of outbreaks. And we do massive land use manipulation with climate adaptation. So the Netherlands is a low-lying delta. The big thing at the horizon is sea level rise. So we have a plethora of architects, land use architects that are redesigning, reshaping nature to be able to compensate for sea level rise. So big wetland areas, preferably around towns, and none of that is done bearing in mind what it could do to the ecology of vector-borne diseases. So we are now working with these people to see, okay, where, if you are intervening in the landscape, where could we potentially expect to see issues, given that we have some of these arboviruses present, given that if you do this around towns, you also have a temperature increase to think of. How can we phase this into the picture? So that's what we're trying to do. Last example is Mpox, simply because I think it really needs continued mentioning. The situation you are all probably quite aware. So this is not so much the global dissemination of Mpox lineage 2, which through MSM, which we've also seen the lesion prediction exercise about, but it's a new clade of Mpox that popped up in a region in South Kivu with an image here. That's a mining region, gold mining, which has attracted workers from a broad geographic region that live well, in not so pristine conditions, but also that has attracted a big hospitality sector with bars and prostitution. And that's where a spark really triggered a big outbreak. Again, here, if you think about our endeavor trying to predict where to be from the ecology, this is something we could have seen happening. This is an older study led by Anne Remoyne, who really looked for evidence of Mpox exposure by serology in people living in different ecotones, so in different types of ecological areas. And what she already described in 2010, like, hey, there is something going on if you look at people that live in forested areas where, of course, the reservoir hosts of Mpox are not entirely clear, but there's certain rodent species that are considered reservoir. And she also already described that those infections or the exposures, the serology was particularly found in children that had been born after the cessation of the smallpox vaccination program. So a niche opening up for a problem that has been present, but that could potentially increase. And that's, of course, what we have been seeing. So in the recent alert, 2024, it was triggered by finding that there really was a new clade. There was a fast expansion of Mpox in eastern DRC in South Kivu. And here's one initiative that we are involved in, and that is trying to build detection capacity, including sequencing capacity in the regions that are affected. So this is a training session here where people brought their own samples, and in just a 2-week training, we found the nucleate of Mpox, there was cholera, there was Rift Valley fever, there were measles positives. So just really enabling local scientists to generate the data that they need a lot. But definitely here a new sublineage, a new spillover. These are all the clade 1 Mpox viruses seen to date. So there's also something in the reservoir that has been missed because this particular sublineage is the first of its kind that has been observed. Not clear what's going on there. The disease in ECDC risk assessments is considered to be relatively mild, but we see these pictures. And if you look at also all the literature, case fatality rate in very young children is quite high. To me, this is a problem that really is in need of attention. These types of lesion profiles are also seen sometimes in adults. And what we don't know is how stable Mpox is, how stable the Mpox genome is. Because if you look at overall alignments, Mpox and smallpox are not that different. They differ at the ends of the genomes. And we know pox viruses can evolve by just kicking out parts of those ends and then be having different properties. So that's something to definitely track. So that's what's going on in that region with the people that have been trained. So these are alignments of viruses consecutively sampled over time, where you see that there is clusters evolving, and particularly this one is defined by multiple mutations, and this is also the sublineage of viruses that has seeded cases across the region, particularly, but also cases in Europe and in Asia. So viruses really that need attention. We then also look by serology, so what's happening, how are these viruses spreading? This is looking in households of people with infection, again, by training people to do their own serology locally, but then confirmatory testing over with us. I think this is the best one to look at. So what you see is that there are here's controls, here's positive references. These are people infected with clade 2b in the global outbreak. And here's infections with this new clade. And it looks like there's something weird in that quite a few of the positives are not positive in ELISA. So there may be an indication of some antigenic differences that need to be figured out. But it tells you something about how good our current assays are in tracking them. Now, then just about the why to me is also, if you look at some of the histories of emergence of these outbreaks, where you can derive a time to most recent common, and so a question about how long has this been circulating before we picked it up. I think that provides a sobering picture. So for COVID-19, this is the initial data from the genomic diversity observed in Wuhan. Time to most recent common ancestor was about 4 to 6 weeks back. Pretty fast, actually. For the H5 in cattle, that estimate was 3 to 4 months in a country which you would expect to have very good detection capacity. In the DRC, it was 4 to 6 months. So if you imagine that these would be highly transmissible viruses, this is the time, that window that we need to close to be faster at the right spot. So that's just to summarize. So I'm not sure if we can do this, but I do think we need to really make an effort to try and get better at understanding where to invest most in detection capacity. don't know about Germany, but in our country, clinicians that say, okay, now you're talking about last night, tomorrow you're talking about this, oh, day after tomorrow, stop it, we're not going to look for all of those things. It's just not possible. So you have to see how we can maybe better risk target where we think we should have our enhanced surveillance. So that's just, yeah, and I'm working with fabulous people that really have been playing together, I might almost say, with the data, trying to understand what it is that we're looking at.
Thank you very much for this thrilling exposure to One Health, to the global aspects of this, all the different diseases, the virology. It's really broad overview you presented. So I'm sure everyone is hungry, but we still have a little bit time for questions because we started earlier, so the lunch will wait for us. Any pressing questions for Marion? Yes, Thorsten Wolf.
Thank you very much for the very nice presentation. I think you really pointed out very well how viruses change and how they gain access to new host species. And so, I mean, it's an extension actually to your last slide. So looking to the next big outbreak, and clearly we want to cut down on the time that we need to detect and prepare. So there are different scenarios in how these spillovers occur in animals and humans. And so there's a lot of livestock, right? There is potential for zoonotic transmission. There is different types of, do we go, I mean, in the jungle and look for new species. So in your opinion, and you probably can just speculate, what is the sector where we would gain the most in terms of risk reduction, possibly?
I think anything that really, really deeply mines previously pristine forests, like the big mining industry, the global plantation industry. So if you look in the Amazon, there's you know, the aerial views are green, but the original green is replaced by palm oil green, which is a very different, has a very different biodiversity. It also brings in people because of the handling, and it disturbs the local ecology. So it brings in new types of interactions between humans and animals. So particularly if that's done at a large scale, I think that's looking for spillover risk. But the second, and I think that's happening in many places of the world, but particularly the bigger mining areas I would focus on. One of our case studies is in Greenland. We saw Trump and his ideas. So we go to Greenland to look at what, the retracting permafrost, what could we expect there, what is there, what could be released, wearing, thinking about PPE, etc. But there is a very big, focus on opening that area for massive mining. That could be, again, digging up lots of things that we don't want to dig up. So that's one arm. The second is that increasingly, I think, if you really look at it, and also with metagenomic studies, we look at farms, large density farms, as single host environments. They aren't. They are really multi-host environments. We've done studies during the COVID-19 outbreak when we had mink farms infected, and we could not figure out how the viruses moved from farm to farm by taking all the tracking data of people, of food, of workers, but then added in night cameras, people recognizing wild animal scat, and so that there's just, there's a plethora of animals, wild animals, moving in and out. So in our arbovirus work, those kinds of farms also pop up. So they are potentially those places where you get a lot of mixture of species just because there's a lot of food, free food. So that's where in our region, I think we should be looking.
So thank you. We have a question in the chat, I see.
Yeah. So thank you for the wonderful talk. You said you're working on mapping the current distribution of influenza immunity in the population. Is this aiming for a worldwide immunity map? And do you expect this to result in a concrete recommendation for public health interventions in case that the effective human transmission does arise for the currently circulating H5N1?
In 2 seconds, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So no, this is piloting. This is piloting to see, can we step away from just the HI thinking to let's look a little bit broader, because this HI is still considered the correlate. But what else is there? There is different types of immunity or reactivity, immune reactivity, where from experimental studies you can expect there would be some impact on susceptibility to disease, or maybe even some impact on transmission. What we don't know is how big that impact is. It is clearly not the optimal immunity that you would like to see. But if you think about some of the interventions that we use in the pandemic, like masking, like physical distancing, and the effect that that has on our RNA reduction, partial immunity could go quite a way to do the same. And so what we think is this is exploratory. The validation needs to come from well-prepared studies in an impending pandemic, where you then look at, okay, is there a difference in the disease profile by age when you compare it with these immune profiles in the background?
Oh, welcome back. It's really nice to see so many people still present here after lunch for the final session of the Robert Koch Colloquium this year, and also online. Welcome back. I hope you also had a nice break. And I'm privileged now to introduce the last speaker of the Robert Koch Colloquium. It's Dr. Julia Fitzner. Julia Fitzner is from WHO. She is by training a medical doctor and epidemiologist, and she leads since 2022 the Unit for Insights and Analytics at the WHO hub here in Berlin for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence. So she knows how to define surveillance objects and to enhance the data, the quality, the standards, and the reporting and the analysis, all aspects of this cycle. And she plays a key role in strengthening data reporting and analysis in the hub, and so also worldwide, and ensures that really the data sources are harmonized and really translate in public health action in the end. And I have learned that Dr. Fitzner is also an alumni of the first cohorts of the fourth cohort of the FETP program here in Germany. So in 2000, around 2000, she was a FETP fellow at Robert Koch Institute, and therefore we're really happy to have her back, and I'm excited to hear your speech.
Thanks a lot, and honored to be here, really, but also a little bit challenging to first talk after all these people, and then secondly, after all the things that have been already said. So really happy to be here and to be back, and yes, meeting old friends and new ones alike. So I'm going to talk a bit about some of the things we do at the hub. But I want to first start with what actually do we mean with pandemic and epidemic intelligence, as it is one of those names and words again that comes around. And that does talk about data, but it is really the process of collecting, analyzing, interpreting data. And this is a little bit what surveillance is about. But it is not only this is also surveillance, that it's the traditional, but also event-based. It is participatory and community surveillance, field investigations, alongside with these contextual informations to detect, monitor, assess public health risks. So it's a little bit an expansion to the traditional surveillance word that we learned in FETP at the time. WHO is sort of bringing a lot of those kind of things together. The Health Emergency Program really continuously has a lot of emergencies. So it's not, there was COVID and now it's over and we are in peacetime. We continue to have a lot of events that are ongoing currently, or as of May 25. We actually have 33 graded emergencies. Graded means that there are different grades. Is it a country? Is it a thing that only affects the country? Is it something that affects the regions as well, or does it affect something globally? And currently we are at 36 that are graded, meaning that we look after them on and on again. And some of the examples are in the pictures, and I also see they're a little bit mixed up, but anyway. So, I mean, we have heard about some of them. Mpox is ongoing, cholera is ongoing, dengue is ongoing. But there are also all these natural disasters, which also have an aspect to which we have to sort of look. What is the current health problem in those natural disasters, floods, earthquakes, and so on? Then there are the conflicts that sadly are growing and continue to be there, which also have a huge impact on health and on those positions. And we need to sort of see what we can do and how we can help with data and with the responses to it, and the displacements that are happening through those reasonings. So the good and we all know it, but I do want to repeat it again. So the value of good surveillance and analysis is really to timely have better insights and then use them for the decision. WHO has the possibility to be in a lot of countries. We have countries offices in 146 countries. We do have 6 regional offices, and we have also sub-regional offices actually, and then we have HQ. So we are really widespread. There is information that we are analyzing, and I'll come to that again, of information about 9 million per month that are sort of somehow filtered and vetted through. We then scan signals. We then see if they are relevant, and events are highlighted, and newly identified ones are then verified. This is happening in Geneva, but we are supporting them. I'll come to that. Decision support against those health risks needs to be done. So, I mean, we try to detect new diseases or do that as fast as possible. We also look for re-emergent ones. Mpox and COVID have been broadly named here through the days. But there's also a monitoring of diseases. I mean, measles, and also what is happening with polio. There are events that classify the detection of those diseases, obviously, as something where we have to react to. And there are these different uncertainties that we keep on having to think about. So the before, and Marion kept very nicely to that area. How can we potentially know what is going to be an epidemic? What is going to be a pandemic? What pathogen are we actually looking for? Are there any pathogens that we could take out of those trillions of pathogens that could be potential? Are there some that have those kind of things that we should know are going to jump? Or are there niches and reservoirs that should be looked at? Where could that be? Is it going to be severe? It might no matter if we have something that nobody cares about. And also, when will it happen? But then if it does then happen, and we all know that throughout the pandemic, a lot of more people, we have not one, okay, now it's going to be an epidemic, but we still don't know how bad is it going to be. Can we contain? Nowadays would be the first question as well. Do we have a vaccination, or are we already immune? Are there possibilities to actually cope with it? Are the vaccines effective, and so on? Will there be a new variant? How is the transmission? Can we lift? And when can we lift social measures? So lots to ask. And there are lots of ways where this epidemic intelligence really matters. So it's already said, and so I don't have to repeat it too much, but it is really sort of to detect those things early, continuously inform, to take better decisions or make them more evidence-based, and then also to enable fast and robust decisions during the emergencies. So to avoid the wrong turns that we sometimes take, or take them backwards if we detect them. Coming to surveillance data, this is how we, and this graph, I actually was a lot responsible for those data, working at WHO, trying to gather all the WHO data on COVID during the time. And we show this graph, and yes, it was a lot of work to get it together, and yes, we took a lot of information out of it. But is that really what happened? Isn't all those and this is what others have said before, are we looking at the right dimensions? And are we interpreting it in a right way? It was already a lot of work, I do agree, and everybody here probably suffered through it. And as I said, me as well, looking at, for example, the peak at the end, the China peak, we didn't really know when it happened, how it happened, and others as well, I mean, the declines and so on. Because, it is a busy slide, but it's really sort of a lot of different things did intertwine on how things were done, how people reacted, how we got the data, how we analyzed the data, how we tested, when we tested, and so on. And it, I mean, probably it's just a very busy slide. I wouldn't say that everything is in there, but a lot is in there that matters. And it is really, how can we gather that? And Seb kind of said, well, we cannot really say how everybody reacted, but this is kind of and that's probably very true, but we should, and AI tools are around nowadays, we should try to be a bit better to understand at least what happened, and if it is only retrospective. And this is a slide a bit trying to sort of triangulate those different things. It's from Leipzig. And I mean, we need to sort of make the decision. We need to take the different evidences, and we need to take different surveillance or data and information inputs to actually make those decisions. So it's not one data set and we analyze it and it'll be the same time. It's also not one data set at that one time. It changes. It has a platitude of dimensions. And that's the good thing. I do think with the AI tools that were discussed already, we are getting a little bit closer to be able to do more of that. But we need to sort of be alert to those new tools and alert on how we can integrate all this different knowledge and informations. So this is just another complex world. And again, it's only to show we should look and think about a lot of things when we try to bring the intelligence together. It is not only that the animal part, it is, I mean, how they interact with each other, the economics, how do they live with each other? And it's not only one shot, but how does it change? The good thing, and I keep on, and we heard quite a lot about it already during these days, a lot is going on currently. We are getting more information, we are learning more. And so this slide kind of shows how much more we are learning. There is a multiplication of research on public health intelligence. So it's, it is exploding in a sense. So on the one side, that's great. On the other side, we also need to actually use all that information in those publications. With AI tools, we can again extract potentially more of it. Genomics, it's a huge field, and we are learning how much more genomics are now generated. And again, is it generated at the right scale? Is it maintained? And do we get the right information out of it? It's a great tool and we can use it, but we should use it also wisely and need to learn how to best integrate it into our knowledge and in the other data sets and informations as well. Open source information, again, there's lots and lots of applications, models, and again, we heard a lot of them today already. If you just only look in GitHub repositories on COVID in 2025, they had 277,000 codes on GitHub, openly accessible. They're great codes, but who on earth is going to look which one is the one that you can actually use and take? It's just too much. And on the other hand, it's really sad that we cannot use this kind of wealth of information more effectively. And on others, there are obviously not as many, but still, even on monkeypox or mpox, we now have 1,000. And so going through them and really using them efficiently, you usually just better start from scratch because it is going to be more easy. So the idea really is to sort of bring more together. A new term again, a little bit maybe, not really a new term, a new thing. We do think, and we strongly believe that working together through the different dimensions of the disease threats, the different sectors, the different cycles, and as well as where we are coming from, bring it together to make it even stronger and more effective. And at the hub now, we are working in different areas. I'm going to name 3 examples more specifically, or 4. But in the area of the data, we have the EOIS system, and I think a lot of people in this room might have heard about it. It's the Epidemic Intelligence from open source, where we scan automatically accessible information. So it's media information, and I'll come back to that a little bit more. But it's really giving timely information to member states of an early detection or of a hint towards an early detection that is then going to be verified. In the beta analysis part, and this is the area I'm specifically working on, is really trying to bring the community of analysts together so that we can discuss what is already there, so that we can share what is already there and move not always build from a new one, but move from the next step so that we already start from, not from scratch all the time, but find already used code and use it from there. And the mpox outbreak, for example, is an area where we did exchange quite a lot of information, exchanged a little bit the code that Seb was referring to how do you actually understand the reporting delay, and also how the reporting delay is actually changing over time, because in the very beginning you have a longer reporting delay. So those kind of things, and some data that people are using, contact matrices, for example, from South Africa. And then the better decision. This is an area where we are still sort of in the infancy stage, but what we dream of is that there is going to be a tool where you can use the different tools that are existing, the different models that are existing, the different data streams, and you kind of, one would tell with using AI what you want, and then it does generate for you some sort of output, but it's not just a black box, but remains in the transparency part. And I'll go a little bit in those different things. So epidemic intelligence, as I said, epidemic intelligence from open source is nothing new. It's and it's also not, this very program is existing at WHO since 2017, but, and going to the hub here in Berlin, it clearly expanded to a lot more countries. So currently it is either in or nearly in 131 institutions and/or countries. And it really sort of goes, as I said, through these lots of numbers of media outlets and kind of tells you where they are. And because it's so huge, we are trying to, include more information, but also try to include more abstract summarization. This is just how it goes, but I'll switch that. What we did include since this year, or end of last year, is even radio information. So bringing in countries, in some countries, in lower income countries, the written media or text media is not that much used, but it's really sort of transmitted by radio. And this is a pilot, but it works quite well. So it's bringing the, actually working with OICT on that as well, bringing news from rural communities through actually listening to the FM radio, transcribing it to text, and then abstracting from that and potentially using that for finding an event as well. Another one, and sort of similar to what was discussed earlier, how can we then take this kind of, how can we detect anomalies? And is that an event? Is that something changing? So developing algorithm, and this is also done a lot with the Robert Koch Institute, to actually understand, is that detection something that we should be looking for? Is that an approved event where we then should go and have a closer look too? And doing that with a semantic search, so meaning that we can actually, in plain language, ask, is that is this event, what is happening in Mpox currently, cases getting better or worse? And then you can find some of those articles more clearly and look more specifically for them. The other part in that, also using AI again, is creating a living knowledge graph with agentic AI. So in the sense, how are the different pieces of information linked together? How do we, if we have heart disease, or if we have, are they connected to the other informations that we've been looking for, so that we, and doing that in an agentic way, and that works relatively amazing, again, as was said before by Adrian, on how to use these new tools. And we do think that with that, we can also really speed up this kind of understanding of where a potential connection is. And one area that we want to sort of, where we think it would have helped just for how we use this information is, for example, the smell loss. In COVID, we didn't really have that in any of the databases. Nobody was looking for smell loss. But it was something, it started to come up that people said that they had smell loss. That was sort of not in a structured database. We wouldn't have found it having all the best data sets already available, but it was there. And could we have sort of asking systems that linkage, COVID and smell loss, we probably could have found that a bit faster and then look for it more clearly if with these kind of tools. Jumping a little back to at least mentioning also genomics, as I said, it's growing. It grew a lot during COVID. I mean, I wouldn't have imagined that the scale was that possible. I mean, the prices are really different nowadays than years ago, and so we do have a lot more data. But now bringing those different tools together, really also having the countries that used that were scaled, but not necessarily have it continuously, seeing how much do they need to continue doing genomic analysis, and where can this be stored. It doesn't have to be one only data set, but how can they then talk to each other? How can we ensure that the data is stored in a way that it makes that people can use it and learn from it? COVID data, influenza data are relatively nicely structured, but also, as Adrian said before, bacterial data and so on, and also all the animal data. I mean, there are lots of different data sets, and you need to really know how to find them and how to be able to compare them. So this kind of initiative to bring together the different people really wants to support that. We don't do it for everybody, but we use it better together. And now I want to sort of come a bit back to this kind of, how do we really do this data-driven decision-making in health emergency, and why is it so difficult? There is data, but we are not necessarily always know how to use it. And sure, there could be always more data sharing, but even just using what is already available is actually making it sometimes very, very complicated. There is also appropriate analysis. I mean, as I said, there are lots of people that have developed code, and there's lots of people that know how to do the analysis, but not necessarily are the ones that have the data, have the analysis, and know how to sort of share and intertwine. And then the timely analysis and communication back to the people that actually need to know it is also not there. That was a quote from with the 80%. I'd rather have something that is not really true, but actually in time is another thing. And I remember, for example, the SAGE recommendations for COVID. We did ask, we had a lot of self-modelers looking at the model for COVID vaccination, and we did have the results, but it did come 5 months after the recommendations were written. So that doesn't necessarily help, even though it was great work. And we need to bring that faster and, or even a less solid, but at least giving the spectrum of what we could do in any type of how we could go, in what direction we should be pointing. So as I said, there we have limited in-house analysis capacity, in-house meaning now everybody that has the data, weak links to the analytic communities. And on the other hand, they don't have, they develop the tools in silos often, not always, and are actually unaware of some operational realities. And the decision makers are removed from the analytic process and don't really know. I'm not asked what we should analyze all together. So the project that we are working on is a collaboratory, which kind of tries to leverage the WHO possibility to link people together, so that we want to build really this digital environment where analysis can happen more jointly, on now focusing on analysis for epidemic and pandemics, not everything. And we are growing this kind of collaboratory currently, so it's only relatively young. We started in March 2024. We do have now different communities. We have a platform. We still need to improve a lot, but that's where we would like to go, to sort of democratize this a little bit more. Among others, there is a community on Mpox, which I already alluded to a little bit, where we can exchange between, for example, just having the IHR review committee asking, what do you think is going to happen now when 2022 we had the, is it going to come up again after? And we didn't really, nobody really had new data or new analysis, but just asking these people that had been contributing to the different models, we got a feeling on what they were thinking, and that helped the IHR committee also to rethink on what they, or actually at that time kind of say, okay, we are no longer in a fight. And now with the cases down in DRC in Africa, it's really also to see there obviously is lessons learned that we learned from the European outbreak, but we cannot just adapt them to Africa at all, because, and this was Marion nicely told some of those stories. There's Kivu and there are sex workers. There is a lot of other cases that are young children. How does it fit? How does it, what do we know about what kind of transmission? There seems to be different transmission if it is in sexually transmitted to contact transmitted, all these kind of things. Learning that together with people that already had models to see how it worked in Europe is really helpful. Bringing those together strengthens and hopefully moves us forward and not only leaves us down below. Dengue, it keeps on coming up as well. There's lots of people currently looking at dengue, at the dengue risks, at different things. There are lots of models, but for the one situation, it's not that easy to actually say, okay, am I now at this risk spot or rather not? And why am I at the risk spot or not? And having the people discuss each other, we hope and think is really helpful to understand that the person that then is at that point where it might or might not be a risk to sort of take action accordingly. And then the epidemic, I'm going to go a little bit more in detail. That's another example where we try to bring together the different initiatives that are already existing. So when you want to model, if you want to do an analysis, these parameters are usually not there at the time, or not at the latest stage. Systematic reviews, as you have learned, or as you have done, at least in earlier times, really takes a long time. So we want to sort of create a little bit of a living repository of these, and also on people that can then judge on them. So we looked into how to prioritize, what to actually look at for extraction, have people that already extracted or are extracting parameters see what they were going to be extracting and actually taking those, store these parameters, and have a system where you can enter, retrieve, and also comment on what the parameters actually are, but also maintain them And one very important thing, and we haven't had a solution yet, so this is a little bit the challenge of the future. How do we incentivize people helping keeping a data set like that alive? How do we, is it the publication? Obviously, we cannot keep on publicizing on one parameter, but just sort of adding this note, this is a good parameter, I used it. It would be really helpful if we can identify tokens to incentivize people to actually contribute to this bigger global good, which isn't a long publication where you yet again need the introduction to MPOX or to whatever. Anyway, I can go on that one as well. It's a big community, so it's not only us. We are helping this group. Imperial had actually already looked into extracting the 7 blueprint diseases and had started, and so they are systematically extracting those, and so we have a data set also that we can then use for training, which I will mention. The London School had worked on building in the Epiverse part to sort of use parameters, but also there is an app package that actually extracts them out of data sets and then would use them further. And also the Public Health Agency of Canada is used to do a lot of this live evidence generation. And so with these main partners, we really try to understand how we can build this kind of system with all these, and there are a lot more, but very people that are interested and had done work in that area already. So the idea is that we have these extraction groups either, and PERC is the one that Imperial was, as they extracted 7 systematically. It's a very nice and already very structured data set, but Public Health Canada was doing it for measles. We also did it for mpox. And we had other diseases where obviously somebody wanted to do a model and hence did a review. And so we're trying to be having a flexible data set that allows for those different ones. And as I said, there are tools like EpiStem that actually already extracts it out of the data set and then does it in a format so that we can import it into this data set. And we are now working on AI tools that can do that and see how far we get. And then we are creating this GRAPI database or tool where you can then also enter if you reviewed and extract. And we will see a little, we are not yet there. We have the structure. By the end of the year, we really want to have that as a public good where you can sort of input and get out all those different things and use them for the analysis, hopefully automatically with some of the tools that will then extract them as well. Another area that we are working on is the decision support pandemic simulator, as I said, and this is really sort of the idea that we have a decision aid platform allowing the public health officials and policymakers to conduct realistic simulations for multiple interventions. So like, let's take COVID. I'm here and I have so many cases and I put masks wearing on at that date and it is this and this effective. I also have a vaccine that is that affected. How can I play around and what does it do so that I can see how my decision would influence the data? Obviously, and we are currently playing with COVID and dengue to just have 2 different diseases. And obviously the model that we use is one that is publicly available and verified. But we don't want to have only one model that would do that because there are different ones. So we want to have the platform flexible enough to also take different models and then sort of show the different results, and also that the person that is manipulating it can play around with the different parameters. But then the output as it is now is currently more driven towards epidemiologists, but then we would like to have that more easy and better understood. What is currently not there yet is also the uncertainty around it and how do we actually communicate uncertainty. So this project isn't yet where we want it to be, but really the thinking and working on and really bringing the people together to actually make this more happening, and having a platform to convene those different ideas is where we have advanced and where we already have at least a prototype to show that we can actually play around. And then finally, actually, really importantly, in the end, in the public health intelligence, you do have to go to the field and you do have to see if what you're thinking is going on is what is going on, and you have to have that connection backwards. And so I don't want to forget to point out to the people on the field how important it is to get that information. We can do a lot more with AI, we can do a lot more with data, but we also need to sort of have that context and go all the way, and that takes sometimes quite a while, and it's not so easy sometimes to get where the information then is. And with that, I really want to thank everybody.
Thank you very much, Julia, for this really interesting, inspiring overview and talk. And I'm sure there will be some questions before we head on for the panel discussion. So is there anyone in the room who has a question for Julia online? Okay.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting. The last couple of slides, you showed models for Germany, and you said you want to have different models. Now, during COVID, there was a discussion, should we have plurality in points of view, in recommendations and all of these things, or should there be one, hopefully halfway right thing that people have some security, something to hold on to? Where do you think should be the balance? Plurality and contradicting results and recommendations, or also risk assessments, or singularity and something where people can say, well, because WHO, RKI, or whoever has said it should be right?
Well, I mean, this comes back to this kind of ensemble modeling, and any decision and how it is taken, I think, needs a little bit of plural input in order to actually be more suited. And you have to know what could be in order to be right or wrong. But it's very difficult to actually make the way of showing the evidence versus how to take a decision. I think we still are very far from 100% understanding. And again, Seb also alluded to that. What does it take to make a decision? And I guess culturally there are differences, but it's also, I do think, and I hope that we can educate our community as well to actually make a turn back because you learned something, if we communicate it right. And so I don't believe that if you make one analysis and you claim it's right until the end, I personally don't want that. I think that's too not what we should be doing. But I guess that's also a cultural question, and how those kind of decisions are taken. I would say that we can live with some uncertainty and have to keep correcting, and we can only have uncertainty also with looking at different things. Just showing how many different things we should consider. I don't think there's ever anybody completely right. And again, when is a model right or wrong, or when is an analysis right or wrong? It's just we need to talk to each other why things are more likely to be right than others and communicate it in that way, I think.
Any more questions? Yes, Marion, could you?
Yeah, maybe following up on that, because I'm struggling with that thinking for myself. The lessons from the pandemic, where also theories have arisen from public debates, where whatever you say, little pieces of it are then, taken and start a life of their own. So how do you see that? So because this is open debate and uncertainty, it's a very easy step to say, see, they don't know.
Yeah.
and then to use that to deny any advice because they don't know. So where do you think?
There is a lot of, there are two things now. One is this whole area, which I think is a very important aspect, is mal and misinformation, which also plays a role of what kind of information we take in, but that's more deliberate. But it's also on how we take this, how does trust develop? How do we ensure that the trust and the communication is right? That's a science for its own. And I think we need to take those people that know about those things into the boat to understand how do we create these more trusted environments and how do we communicate to whom? And I don't think it's the same everywhere. I mean, it's like if you show slides, one person really likes to read and have the letters, another person likes to have the photo, another one likes to have a graph. And there's no right or wrong there, but we need to learn how to best use them and use them in a sense to ensure to develop the trust and continue the trust. But I mean, that I think we need to learn from the other disciplines that have been looking into those areas as well and take them on the table as well and use that the information that they have. I can't give you
I fully agree with that, but so there's a step before that where, like, how do you, with the multitude of models, reach some type of common ground?
Well, I mean, there have been some good examples, and we keep on quoting the UK example where they kind of have bring different modelers together, discuss it, and then have a consensus in a consortium. I mean, this consensus building, I think, is an area how we can do that, and that gives us more. And I mean, we did it at WHO as well. We did bring the different people together, tried to listen to the different areas. We need to be diverse enough so that it is credible. But if we have a lot of those consortia, and I do think that they help strengthen us that kind of trust. But I mean, open for suggestions. I guess this is the way that we've been using and doing it, and I do think that we can continue. I mean, bringing everybody around a table is the first thing, and looking at all the sites and turning pages.
Anything in the chat?
There's just a small comment. There's another one coming in. First, thanks for the last slide where you recognized the groundwork. So this was positively. And there's a comment. During the pandemic, I worked as a general practitioner. And yes, it's important to have the trust of a patient so they believe you. Trusting someone that you have known trustworthy for a longer period of time is obviously easier than some distance scientific person. And often more so if they communicate in a way that excludes people with a lower level of education. So so it's the personal contact with the practitioners.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all levels. I mean, trust is an important part, and it's easier broken and less easy to build up. But it's also sort of having that trust down to the patient, and how do we communicate? How does WHO, being at the very other end, communicate to the countries, communicate to the locals, communicate to the practitioners, that they can be assured that what they do is what is currently the best knowledge, and how long does it take to include changes? And this comes back to Marion's question: how often can we change to still be credible, or sometimes should we rather not change to just to make all the trust go away? It's not an easy task, and I think we need to keep on learning in that direction as well.
There's one question from Stefan.
I can use this one, I think. I think this is a working microphone. Okay. So my experience of the Mpox community that you're running, and then previously the COVID modeling calls, is they follow, in some sense, quite a traditional model of information exchange. So it's usually a presentation, and then a bit of discussion, and another presentation, and then a discussion. Is that what you envision the role of the hub to be, or would you ideally like it to be more and to be a collaboration platform? Just where do you see the hub kind of position itself in the space of possible workings together?
Well, my vision is actually that there is more interaction also on actually co-creating things, and I do think that we need to get there slowly but surely. It also just even working on the same code or sharing tools, it takes time to understand how the other person is coding and how what does it mean if I add a bit here and there. But I do think that things like Epiverse are starting to show. It was also, it's very new relatively, and there are others as well, where we have compendiums where people have been chipping in together. If you look at the art community, if you look at, I mean, there are really areas where it works, and I do think that we need to be a bit patient and also try to sort of see how we can change the different ones. Language is an important part as well. When we were now with MPOX, for example, trying to include more the African colleagues, starting to do those kind of webinars in French and having the option to also translate using an AI is a first step to have a bit closer relation. But still, there's also some cultural differences on how you interact with each other in what language. And so it's not just, yes, that's a good idea and it'll work. And so we have to evaluate what works. How do we talk to academics? How do we talk to the decision makers? Is it worth, what is the incentive to actually contribute? And how can we play that incentives? And does WHO or the global community have the possibility to work on these incentives? I really think that's an important part. And I personally think we could change the incentive of publication somehow to an incentive of giving a bit to the global community. And I still hope that we get there sometime and that will really be a game changer.
I have one more question. You showed very impressively how diverse the field is. It's not only health, there's also economics and education and all kinds of different aspects, travel and trade. And then in the end, you showed us your decision simulator. It should be data-driven. So how much of all these fields is represented in this data? And if so, is it equal or are there ranks between maybe health and wealth?
For now, it is not including the other sectors, and this is why it's really only a prototype. If we could potentially get there, but yeah, I mean, the thinking really is that if you want to estimate an impact of an intervention, you do need to take the economic factor into consideration. You need the schooling, but obviously getting everybody to contribute and even find those kind of data isn't the easiest. And also we keep on falling back into our silos. And so inviting more to be more open is a clear wish, and we are open for it. So I really believe that it is important. And so we keep on fighting for that one.
So thank you very much, Julia. And then we will come to our very last spot, and this is a panel discussion, and I would ask our moderator to introduce himself, maybe. Marcel Weigand.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Marcel Weigand, and I'm a moderator, advisor, and host of the podcast Healing with Data. And I also work for TMF, which is a big platform for research in Germany. So, no, I will sit here. I will sit here. So I see both. Okay. So, I have the. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay. So I have the pleasure of moderating our panel now. Our panel, what is the future of data-driven public health opportunities and challenges for local to global health? And yeah, we already know you. I don't have to introduce you all. So we can start right now with the first question. And first of all, I would like to talk about lessons learned from the past, preparing for tomorrow concerning pandemic preparedness. And my first question is for you, Julia. You just showed us the decision support pandemic simulator. And did you involve in the concept and development also politicians and decision makers?
Yeah, so yes and no. I mean, we have had a lot of discussions on how we can bring forward also and bring into the picture the different users. And for this decision maker, we see there are specifically maybe 3 users, and we played them out. So the decision maker, the decision maker now is a question on who is actually a decision maker. Is it the final politician, or is it more somebody like Herr Schade, who is sort of like advising the decision makers? And there obviously are differences, and there are differences also in the type of decision makers. Like if you just compare a person that has a medical background and epidemiological background, like Karl Lauterbach or Trump at some areas, they would take these kind of tools differently. So, but yes, we have to discuss with decision makers, but we are now in the area, as I said, the sort of more the user front, the end users now. We are aiming to change the output in order to suit them, and we are now getting into the making research on how we can better tailor the outputs towards them.
Yeah, thank you. Marion, you just said early warning is the key pillar of preparedness. Do we have enough and the right alert systems and warning systems?
I think there's a lot, but I think I think that we're still geared towards mostly once something is really circulating, that's where the majority of systems are geared towards, and not so much those very early pockets, which is extremely difficult. But so the human-animal interface, maybe respiratory disease, syndromic surveillance in regions where there's a lot of high-density farming or things like that. So I think that's where we can do better. Our surveillance really is more, well, traditional, for lack of a better word, but really focusing on monitoring what is ongoing, less so the really early percolating bits and pieces.
Yeah, yeah. Ute Rexroth, yeah. So if a new health problem suddenly occurs like a pandemic, what would be the first important steps for health professionals, for researchers, health authority to take? What would you say?
Okay, there are many different people, so they have to probably take different steps. For us, the most challenging probably would be to forget all we have known, to start from the scratch again, to be open. It is a completely new situation. We don't know the pathogen, we don't know the parameters, the factors, and probably we will all, if it's coming soon, hopefully not, we will all have the COVID-19 experience in head. So probably we will be prepared for the last crisis, but not for the next one. So most important is to start from the scratch and to really do thorough investigations. What about the incubation period? Is it transmissible from asymptomatic carriers or not? How is the severity? Which risk groups are affected? How is the seroprevalence? Do we have any immunity? So all these questions are on the table again, and we will have to answer them very new. So I'm afraid the intelligence, the artificial, might not help us that much, because we really have to work. And the clinicians, of course, they have to stay vigilant. Marion said, they say, oh, leave me alone with West Nile. We cannot test all of those. But of course, we depend on them testing quite sensitively for different pathogens. So, and also the policy makers. I think you raised them as well. So they might, they should somehow clear their minds and and not think about the last pandemic and think, oh, nothing can be as worse as school closures. So, for example, if we have kids affected, we have to think about it again, depending on the situation.
Yeah, thank you. Sebastian Funk, do you agree or any adds?
Yeah, I do agree. I think maybe I do have a slightly different perspective, and I tried to lay that out a little bit yesterday when I talked about predictable tasks and unpredictable tasks. And I think it's certainly a useful mindset to forget previous occasions or previous epidemics. But I also think that some of the things that you've laid out, some of these questions are ones that are common to any outbreak. So we want to know the incubation period. We want to know the case fatality ratio in different age groups, etc. And I think we can, to some degree, prepare for that with good study protocols that allow us to get at exactly those questions. Because some of these can be quite difficult. It's difficult to estimate the case fatality ratio in a moving outbreak where you have increasing numbers of cases. Very easy to make mistakes. It's difficult to estimate incubation periods because we need to know when people became infected, which is usually not observed. So we need to track exposures. Can we get that from maybe household studies that following up people in households? I think, as far as I'm aware, from the World Health Organizations, there are some predefined protocols to use early in an outbreak. And I think similarly, something we try to think about is kind of predefined analyses that can be done on data coming out of these protocols and trying to create tools that are make them available for people to use on those kind of data. So I think, yes, forget everything, but also realize that try maybe in advance, try to prepare, and then in the moment realize that we might have some tools available to get at some of these questions.
Yeah.
Can I?
Yes, of course.
So what I think, I think many people in the field would agree and can list some of those key questions, but it's not widely known. And for instance, clinicians in our hospital don't understand how crucial it is that we get, for instance, sequential sampling of the first few patients, just to look at load kinetics or stuff like that. And that is very educational once you really explain what it is. So I think we have something to do in explaining to non-epi public healthy people on what it is that they can actually contribute to during an early outbreak, because that's I think the most often heard discussion is, oh, but that's research. And yeah, so you get from the clinical, tell me how long does a person need to be in isolation?
Yeah.
Well, give me sequential samples and I will tell you. That's research. We cannot do that. So I think we have a bridge to build there.
Yeah, yeah. We'll come back later to this point. But now I would like to talk about a 10-year vision for routine surveillance. So beside pandemics, how do you think the use of public health data will change the way we engage with regular health issues over the next 10 years? And in which specific areas will we see the biggest changes? So maybe Ute?
Okay, we have seen a lot of different aspects of surveillance these days, the other day and today. So I think we are quite clear that we need to have standardized, harmonized digital surveillance systems for the pathogens, for the human resource side, and include different aspects, indicator and evidence, indicator and event-based surveillance together. So these aspects are quite clear, but I think the focus is a little bit too narrow, because we already also saw that there's a lot of context information necessary really to understand what is happening and also to come up with decisions. So I would hope for the next 10 years that we also focus on some of those blind spots like resources. What do we really have available? What not only beds, but also stockpiles and so on, and also acceptance, what really is accepted, what measures are really taken locally, and also anticipated. It's not only what you say is done, but also what people anticipate. So the other side, it's not only the health side, and especially also not only the infectious diseases, pathogen and communicable diseases side, but also the mental health aspects. So I would rather hope that we have a diversity in tools that help us really capture the whole picture, and not only get more and more detailed information on the same aspect, like, for example, transmission. It's, of course, important to know this, and we can get much better there. And we have different tools like the mandatory case-based surveillance and the syndromic surveillance and the wastewater surveillance, the genomic surveillance. They can all be better, and they need to be better, and they need to better work together, but it's only one side of the coin. So I'd hope that we get a better picture, and I think it's not only us who have to provide this picture, but also, for example, economics or education, mental health issues.
Yeah, of course. Sebastian Funk, how can models help us in this case in a 10-year vision for routine surveillance?
So I think models can help do something along the lines a bit of what Marion alluded to earlier, which is can help explain what kind of analysis is enabled by what sort of surveillance data streams. Models can also help have a look at the value of different data streams. So something that I'm aware others are doing, we're trying to do a little bit, for example, in the context of wastewater, trying to understand whether there is a particular value in wastewater for predicting caseloads or hospital burden, whether wastewater can give you an advanced signal of any changes in trends in hospital admissions. So I think these kind of things, that's where modeling can really inform surveillance in trying to link. So, and maybe again, it's a bit like what I said yesterday, is models in some way are the bridge between the data and estimates, and to some degree then also through estimates and analyses, the bridge to policy. And data on its own has no value. Data only has value if it can be interpreted and analyzed, and it can be, and some kind of insight can be extracted from it. And I think that is where modeling can help explain and express the value of data and different surveillance data streams.
Yeah. Julia Fitzner, we can't ignore one thing, the withdrawal of the US at the WHO. If we talk about 10-year vision, so what does it mean for if you want to answer, what does it mean, the withdrawal of the US?
Well, I guess there are two things. One of the obvious one is that WHO currently is in a more financial crisis than one would have been and could have been, and as a lot of people say, one can also, and I do actually hope that we won't have in 10 years that that it's no longer that. So we will have them back. We'll see. But I do also think that in all of those kind of things, and we have to live with it. There is an option to sort of also see a little bit more, to learn out of it and to strengthen. And I do hope that the withdrawal will bring more multilateralism, because it was it shows how dependent public health is on one single pillar. and spreading it out will also hopefully help to sort of bring more diversity into the picture. So while it is actually very bitter, and I don't think anybody can ignore how detrimental it is, and also the way it is happening, not only for WHO, it's actually the development aid in the countries that's going to be the more the bigger issue, I think, and I think we cannot even foresee all the trickle that it has. So I do think it's really not something that we should just say as a chance, but I do see a chance to bring it on more pillars and increase diversity and make it then more stable. So every sort of rupture in that sense does have something in that, and being more efficient, bringing more people together and showing that diversity and multilateralism actually helps to strengthen also the country that is withdrawn.
So let's talk more about the impact of change and innovation. What big economic and political changes do you see upcoming that could really impact public health in a good and bad way when it comes to collecting, understanding, and responding to data? So maybe, Marion, you can start.
Well, the short-term big challenge, I think, is the politicization of science and anti-science. I think that's really a big threat. Also in the broader people's acceptance of contributing to sharing data. So, I think that is a very worrisome trend that we look at. And I really don't know how to, what that will look like in the years to come. On the other hand, I expect actually that this is more maybe on the One Health side. I think that maybe we can expect more from regions that don't have these established silos as strongly yet, where you can actually have more of a bottom-up design. And you see very interesting studies from the African region, very interesting collaborations where you say, like, that's how it's done, which would be very difficult to do in our region, where it's like, oh, this is where the agriculture sits, this is where. So we may actually also be surprised and should be open to new ideas coming from regions that currently are considered to be lagging behind. They might actually lead the way out. So I think that's the positive side. That anti-science, maybe it goes a little bit together, or it's sort of two sides of the balance.
Yeah. And Ute Rexroth, do you see any?
Yeah, I think this political movement we see in many countries towards put their own regions, countries first, don't care about what's happening elsewhere in the world, don't care about minorities, don't care about social vulnerable groups, protect their own country somehow. That's not good for public health. It's really a bad situation because we have to share knowledge, we have to really share resources to better understand the problem and to work together to get done with it. A threat anywhere is a threat for us, and we do have to care about the others. And so I think for the public health community, the next years, the international public health community will be really difficult to try to establish, keep the connections, even if the governments drift apart, that the scientific, at least the scientific community has to keep in touch and get even closer in touch, maybe with the help of all the digital tools. But of course, it is also a danger. I think Marion raised it and also other talks this morning, that we get really dependent on the energy supply and on big companies, and we don't know which agenda they have and who's leading there. And I also think that the trust of the population is decreasing, and will decrease. And at the moment, maybe the political institutions have lost trust, the scientific institutions have lost trust, maybe the AI still has it, but it's a matter of time. And then there will be a lot of mistrust. So yeah, I think these innovations and political streams are quite challenging for us, and we have to really work together and keep it going until hopefully there will be another movement again.
And we can see it very clearly with H5N1, which is at the moment predominantly a US problem, and there's now extremely limited data or information coming out, and this is something that may turn into a global problem, and so there's huge risks from this kind of data nationalism, as well as analysis and tool nationalism. Exactly as you say, things need to be out in the open so others can react in appropriate ways and prepare in appropriate ways for what might come.
Okay, now we have to talk about a few good changes we expect for the next years. So maybe
I think there's also soul searching to be done, because what can we do to really regain that trust? So there's always the thing about transparency and making sure who you involve, but there's also a scientific process that needs to maybe be a little bit self-critical. We heard this morning the issue about the systematic reviews and the huge amount of data where only, what was it, 30% of that is real data, the rest is simulated, or I don't know what type of data. In that data space, we also ward off science data behind firewalls. That doesn't help. We have ill actors in science that can continue to be university professors. We have paper mills. We have a bonus system that forces you to, or that at least stimulates selling and maybe overselling what a paper means. So I think there's also really things that we need to work on.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Fitzner, maybe you see some good changes coming up.
No, I mean, as I said, I am actually quite enthusiastic that there is a lot of options. We have new tools. We are no longer having to sort of tally the cases in the health facilities. We can use a lot, and we can learn a lot faster with that. And I also do hope, and this is what I was alluding to with this incentivization. I think that if we can get to the point that sharing this information, doing things together, actually adds to what you wanted to do and enhances. So it's not data sharing for sharing. You get the data and you're no longer having anything of it, but sharing data, getting the data back in a better stage, being able to understand what the data means, will hopefully trigger this kind of snowballing effect where we are actually wanting to share so that we can learn more out of it. And some of there is data protection, there's privacy, it's all very important, but I do think that we can circumvene that and learn from it. Incentivize the people that share, incentivize the people that work on those things, and bring that kind of collaboration in the core of it. It is work. It's also taking time. It is expensive to collaborate, but it is only expensive if we do it if we keep on doing other things in silos. If we be more effective through collaboration, I strongly believe that we can move forward, and that is a positive thing.
Yeah. Sebastian, how do you think new technologies like AI or smartphone apps will change the way public health works?
Yeah, I think, I mean, the smartphone apps we've already seen in COVID that they've had a positive impact, and there's certainly instances in where I'm aware in the UK where they've had a positive impact. there was a particular case of the UK experience of the COVID-19 app was a particular one. So I'll just explain that in case not everyone is aware, which is it was rolled out in 2020, I think, used throughout, never seemed to play a particularly important role, but sort of was used by certain parts of the population. And then in the summer of 2021, in the European football tournament, where England ended up performing, exceeding expectations, let's say, coinciding with an increase in case numbers, and then later this was linked by kind of the cases where there was an exceedance in male cases. So there's potentially a link to the European football tournament. It was also the time of the Delta variant spreading in the UK. There was a large increase, and then there was what later was called the Pingdemic. So the same, maybe predominantly young part of the population that was using the COVID app was also where there seemed to be a lot of cases, and there was the largest ever spike in notifications of people on the app. And subsequently, there was a decrease, which was then linked. Things are always hard to link with precision, but the story goes that it was the Pingdemic from the app that then turned this particular part of the outbreak around, and then things sort of went steadily onwards. And then most people, or there was also mass deinstallation of the app, and it didn't play a role subsequently. But I think we've seen that these things can play a positive role, and I think especially these are just things that we need to think in terms of preparedness. I think in kind of, can we roll this out quicker? Can we get this onto people's phones? Because everywhere these things became available in mid 2020 or into 2021, but they could play a really important role early on in being able to target measures at exactly those few people who are infectious and when it might have a disproportionate impact. Beyond that, in terms of innovations, I mean, I think my personal impression, and this is to some degree reinforced from what we talked about this morning, is that there's very little concrete evidence of a positive impact of AI in public health practice, but I think there's a huge amount of promise, and also the pace of innovation seems to be so rapid that some disruption and some unexpected positive benefit is certainly on the cards. I know that in weather forecasting, for example, I think there's been an extremely rapid takeover of the best methods, which for decades had been these kind of very established models combined with very detailed data measurements. And that's just been overtaken at a very rapid scale by better forecasts from AI. Of course, weather forecasting is very, very different to infectious disease modeling or forecasting because it relies on very high quality, dense in time and space data, which we don't have. But in that sense, I would expect that to also have some impact, whether positive or negative.
Yeah. AI and data from smartphone apps, Ute, how does this data change the way you work at RKI or at any other public health authority?
At the moment or in the future? So for the COVID app, it's non-existent at the moment. Of course, that was for Germany also a very interesting experience to build that rapidly and to roll it out. And I think there is a high demand in parts of the population to have such a tool, and that in the next pandemic it will be the same. So indeed we have to be prepared to build it up again because we couldn't conserve, so we will have to build it up. But I think you have to be quite clear that this is only a proportion, it's a sample, and those are probably the persons who are also likely to get vaccinated and also likely to keep social distance, physical distance, and take all the measures they can. And it's probably not likely to be the elderly in the nursing homes who benefit from that tool or the school kids. Smartphones are forbidden in some schools. Or also social vulnerable people. So I think there are certainly some add-ons, especially for convenient sampling, huge population surveys. data donation, but you have to be clear that it's not representative and you cannot really cover your entire population. And maybe you won't find the problems. Those who are resistant and vaccine hesitant maybe won't use an RKI app on their phone, or those who haven't got any trust in the government won't use that. So probably an increasing part of the population, unfortunately. So I'm not over enthusiastic about the benefits, but I think we will have to have it.
Yeah. Marion, how do you think the use of data and technology can be used to make our healthcare systems stronger? And even if you think about the future, climate change, instability, economical, political, so what would you say?
So I think we saw an interesting talk by on the potential in diagnostics, because the clinicians needs to be alert and testing. Reality is that's not the case. And so prior to the pandemic, there were very limited, restricted diagnostics. Then everyone needed to be tested. We are back to prior, and diagnosis is a cost issue. So you don't do that routinely. So I think there is really interesting potential for helping clinicians to decide whether or not to order an expensive test, or so that and that is the clinician anywhere also. So fieldable decision support on what to test and sample. I think that's really moving. I keep thinking about those early, percolating niches, helping figure out what is non-normal, beyond the expectation, aside from the clinical, knowledge. I think that's a very interesting potential tool. And then combined with that, there's so I didn't mention it, but for instance, you can collect data from birds by capturing the birds. You can also collect it by collecting feather tips. You can get full genomes of viruses out of a feather tip, and that's something citizens can collect wherever you ask them to collect. So things like that, I think, could potentially also really help getting more fine granular view of what's going on in certain spots.
Yeah.
Briefly, as I think, we talk about innovations as if this was only technology, but I think we've seen an enormous innovation in COVID-19 with home testing, which has had a big impact. So I think maybe also we can think about kind of innovations that go beyond, we all talk about AI and smartphones as if these are the only things that are developing, but I think also there's kind of other things in public health practice that might be inducing it in future pandemics and make a difference compared to where we were before.
Julia, you want to add?
Well, and just to add, I think there is in this kind of democratizing the participatory way of doing data collection, either participatory surveillance or more unstructured, as was said. Also, there is sort of like in quite a lot of countries that have mosquito issues, they have these apps for photographing the pits, and a lot of that has helped a lot, and but also using citizen science. I really think that we can now bring people more into the picture, and because we have the connections, because we can actually look at we can have interactions more in a broader scale. We can also include everybody earlier, and hence bring trust through that area better. It's not only because you have to travel somewhere that you can have a voice, and so we need to make more use of that, and I think through that, hopefully we can create more trust as well, and as an innovation. So I think it's this kind of loop that we need to take forward as well.
Yeah. Okay. Let's look now to the collaboration in a global way. How can we use the ideas and methods of data-driven public health across countries, even with political, economical problems and insufficient resources? And what could be clear steps that we should take to share and collaborate better globally?
Yeah, I mean, this is close to heart, and I've maybe mentioned this a couple of times already. So, at the risk of boring people, or maybe I can give an illustration in that something that during COVID, modeling capacity and analytical capacity was very unequally distributed around the world. And there's 2 big modeling centers in London. And then there's a few others around the world, but in terms of capacity, there's a real center there. And what we had a lot during COVID was public health institutions from other countries approaching us and asking whether we could support them with some kind of analysis, or can you do some modeling of this? Or we've seen you've done some modeling of this in the UK. Could you also do the same for our country? And this is a nonsensical and also an unsustainable situation. So I think we need to get to a situation where these kind of analyses can be performed in country, where there's the social and the political context and awareness thereof. And I think that leads to ultimately better contextualized decision making. And the way to enable that is if these high capacity modeling centers, if we don't focus on doing modeling for others, but instead in creating the tools that we can then train others on, or that others can use to apply them in their own context. And that's what we're trying to focus on. And that's an aspect where I'm really hopeful that we can end up in a better situation. But that also then on the flip side requires it doesn't help if we just do this. It also requires public health institutions in high-income countries to also share their methodologies, their analyses, and those kind of things, so they can also be performed elsewhere. And this is where this kind of data nationalism, or coinciding with that analysis nationalism, I think is a real risk in kind of putting up silos and preventing insights and advances locally to be shared globally and to be of benefit to others.
Yeah, it was a little bridge to Ute already.
So, yeah. I agree that it's important to have modeling capacities in national public health institutes. It's great if universities help out, but from the Public Health Institute's point of view, you might not get exactly the answer to the question you have at the specific time when you need it, because of course universities, they work differently, and research has another target, and they might want to publish and so on, and you need to have the results first. But it's also important that the public health authorities then are quite independent from the decision makers, because the modeling is very strong, but it's also a black box in a way for externals, and it can be misused quite easily. It claims, yeah, it's objective, it has told me this and that, but it isn't objective. It has a lot of assumptions, and there are even some values of your own going in, as you said. So I agree, it's important to have these decentralized but not exactly in the ministries, but with some distance and some scientific independence would be really good. And then, of course, you need to compare and have other sources. So compare the results and make it transparent to the researchers. It's also quite important, I guess.
Yeah. Is there also collaboration with countries with less money from RKI to support them in using data for public health?
Yes, of course. RKI has quite a bit history and resources for international collaboration. We also have a Center for International Health Protection since 2019, I think. So in time before the pandemic, it was a result that came out of Ebola crisis that the governments that time, also the US, they realized how important it is to engage globally. So, and our government, I hope and I'm sure still sticks to that. So there are a number of projects where collaborations are established with partner countries in better generating data, but also making better use of data, and modeling is certainly one aspect. But you know, you have to have sound data, and you have to begin with really, I think that's also what you said, what you feed in, you get out. So in a way, you have to start with good epidemiology and good surveillance data, and then you can, of course, use it for modeling as well. But that's then only the next step.
Yeah. So we already talked a little bit about trust and information. Yesterday, we have seen from Henrik Ullen from Copenhagen, from Denmark. He showed a successful approach in Denmark, how trust can be built, and how trust can be built with citizens. Is this a model for all other countries, maybe also for WHO?
I mean, first of all, to have the trust, I think they can be congratulated to it. I'm not so sure how that was built and how to actually copy it. So I think everybody would love it, and we would all take it if it is an easy copy paste. I think there's a whole, yes, we want to have it. Is it, what are the ingredients to make it? I think is a bit difficult to actually have. And also even how to measure it. I think there have been some studies, especially in around Europe, and in kind of seeing how trust influence different things. But there's a lot of nuances in there, and I think just sort of saying, okay, this is how we did it in Denmark can be translated to other countries isn't as easy. So I think we all should strive, and we should all think about it, and we should compare each other. And it's probably also a measure that we should ask our politicians to get themselves and I guess they want to as well, because a trusted government is re-elected. But it's sort of I really think that everybody would want to have the golden bullet to sort of just inject it. I'm not sure that we can that we know how to do it, but I think it's something to look for.
Yeah, and you're right. There's a big trust in the government in Scandinavian states, countries, for example. So maybe it won't work in Germany or Netherlands or Great Britain. But how can we?
Because there's trust is one thing, but trust in combination with trust in science is another thing. So there's a very interesting paper that looked at the sort of what is the scores, the trust in science in a paper in Nature, and that looked at that, and it said I'm trying to remember, because you have countries where if you have trust in right-leaning governments, that comes with an anti-science attitude, and you have countries where trust in left-leaning governments comes with an anti-science attitude. So it's not necessarily just the trust. There's also other aspects of how the societies work.
Yeah.
So, because re-election, maybe AMD gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Is that a good idea for the trust in science? So so I think trust in government is one thing. Trust in science is linked, but not always linked in the same way.
Yeah. But what could be the solution? Health literacy, data literacy, is there enough engagement in the countries, or do we need more engagement, and how and who should do this? Maybe.
I think, well, coming back to the trust issue, of course, everyone wants to be trusted, but it needs to be somehow gained. So it's more about credibility, I think. And of course, I like if people trust what RKI says, but if I think about the citizens, I prefer citizens who critically reflect what they hear. What they hear from every institution, government, and so on. So these citizens should be well educated and be able to use their brains and make their own picture. And then if what you say makes sense, and you have the scientific credibility and also personal credibility, you might gain trust. But trust is not something that should be there, if you ask me, in the first place. We as Germany, we have a different history than Denmark. And from a German perspective, it also might seem a little bit naive just to trust everything that your government tells you. And especially now, as we see, as I mentioned, the political tendencies worldwide, I wish that people in the US critically reflect what they hear. And I wish the same also, of course, for our German citizens. And so I think it's more a task of us to do really sound research and to communicate it truly, and also communicate the uncertainties, which is not so easy with all the models, as we have heard. But then, of course, it's also a task for the parents and the schools and the population to really raise people that can reflect and think for themselves.
Yeah, and yes, okay, okay. You first, Sebastian, and maybe you can also try to answer the question: what approaches are there in the UK to trust, or I mean, to improve health literacy, data literacy?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously struggle with very similar issues as other countries. But I think one thing that's important in the context of what Ute said is openness. So, you know, to be credible, I think it's important to be open. I think there's perhaps not a huge tradition in public health institutions to be open, but I see a lot of change there. And in the UK, it was, again, during COVID, after a while, a public dashboard was created with a huge amount of data that the public had access to. And that was the same data that was used to inform the models that were run by the public health institutes, et cetera. And I think, and in fact, it also led to some surprising citizen insights. There were several very active people sharing insights on social media, investigating these data and finding things that weren't maybe hidden somewhere, that were hidden in the data and that weren't immediately obvious to the modelers or the public health institutions. So there was a genuine measurable benefit from this openness. And I think that's an important component of gaining trust. And we see the opposite in, as I mentioned earlier, in the US, where the data situation has deteriorated following the change of regime. So it is, I think, the hallmark of an administration that wants to gain trust, that it is open with its data.
Yeah, Marion, and then.
So yeah, so in our country, there's been a lot of emphasis on the part that was not incorporated as much, which is really the social science aspects, the socioeconomic differences, and that not everyone gets impacted as much, and that the pandemic really triggers already existing underlying inequities, and that is a realization that you really, really, really have to put front and central with whatever you do, because there it's more like it may come up with every situation, whether there's climate-related stuff, whether there's infection-related stuff. It tends to hit the same groups more than others. And that was in our country seen as one of the important underlying streams that really explain part of this lack of trust in government, and also the voting that matched that kind of underlying stream. So it's not that it's particularly related to pandemic, but it really is. It pressurizes a society to, and then the things that already were there pop up. And really putting that more central in whatever we do, I think is important.
No, I just want to add on. I mean, a lot of has already been said, but I think that there is really, what really emerged is the need that we need this kind of translators. It's a new, I think it's a new quality of a new job that we need to build out. These people that understand the more academic side as well as the more politic side, and that can communicate between the two as well as the public. It is a skill to be able to communicate in a trustworthy way. And it's not only risk communication. I really think it's this kind of translating that we need to build out. And I truly believe that we need to get there to sort of form these kind of community, and that there is not, it was interesting in a lot of countries, there was one person that evolved as that person somehow from media taken. And if we have a little bit more to sort of share that burden, I think we would be better off. And I think we need to train them so that it is not suddenly that they become and have to do these things, but that it is that they know that people are trained and know what to expect in that area. And similarly, what was participatory, what you were saying, citizen science. I mean, one thing, for example, during the pandemic, what we did, and I mean, it was England again as leading in that, was asking. We had a lot of public people giving us data on what the public measures were that currently were happening in the country, because we would have been unable to sort of take this kind of stringency index that was used. That was students, that was people in all around the world daily saying what is currently happening on their site. And I think it's never been acknowledged as much. And that comes back to the incentivizing of this kind of work. They spend hours checking what is currently in my area, the public health stringency, and how, and then we used that for the different models. And I think that was an immense data that we wouldn't have had. We didn't prepare for it. We now potentially would have, but I mean, really bringing them on board, helping them to understand, helping us understand the data, helping them to sort of feed in. I think that really helps to create communality, and we should be more open to those ideas.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I just add a brief point? And I thought it was really important what you said, Marion. And one of the obvious ways in which I think it was so easy to be biased is that on the scientific committees in the UK that were advising government, we were all academics, and we were all people for whom it was easy to work from home. And that in itself, I think it would be futile to think that this did not in one way or the other introduce a bias. So it's likely to have introduced a bias. And I think at the very least an awareness of these kind of biases, and perhaps even steps one could take next time, or lessons to learn from this. Don't know exactly what these are. Maybe we need more training in ethics when we're involved in decision making, or maybe there's ways to involve other parts in the population in decision making. But I think that's something that would be of great benefit to everyone.
Yeah. Thanks. So maybe before I ask the last question, maybe there are questions, comments in the audience or online. One? Yeah.
So there's one question. So mental health has been mentioned. So what measures, programs, or contacts with professionals in that area are being considered? So what's going on with mental health?
Who wants to answer?
Maybe in our country we are trying to get at that. So because one thing is, this is not good for mental health. That's a very generic statement. But the next question is, what is the way to monitor mental health, preferably in as close to real time as possible, if you really want to balance mental health as one of the impacts, for instance, against numbers of hospitalizations or overflow of hospitals. That in my to what I've seen doesn't exist yet. And the question is it possible to come up with a comparator, so an impact comparator that would allow you to say, okay, this is what we would see based on our biomedical bias with these and these and these interventions. This is what we would see with our mental health focus. And this is how the effect of those different interventions would work. That's the work that is not there, it's not out there, would need to happen. We are trying. We're not at all sure that any of that will succeed, but I do think it's important to really see if you can have a bit of a common language, because these are very different and disconnected areas of expertise, at least in our country.
It's very important. At RKI, Department 2 has done mental health surveillance during the pandemic, and it was not there very fast. It had to be established, and then it's also difficult to cover children, for example, so you needed extra studies. But it's of course important to see how it's going on, and you need to have something to compare it with. So it shouldn't start immediately with the crisis, but before. So I think, unfortunately, the mental health surveillance as it was established is not currently financed on a long term, but there's now the health panel. And so there are 45,000 people regularly ask for different questions, including mental health questions. And I rather hope that we have a better source for all NCD aspects during the next crisis. And it's ongoing with different waves. So also, of course, it's also not permanently financed, but I very much hope that this tool lasts and gets better insight in mental health aspects as well, but also other things like using of emergency centers and how you approach the health of vaccine uptake of different other vaccines. So it's a couple of things we need to monitor apart from the pathogens and transmission and severity.
Thank you. Any more? Yes, please.
Thanks. Thanks for the really interesting panel talk. I wanted to ask a question about loss of data was mentioned a few times, or data nationalism. So I'm an epidemiology student right now at LSHTM, and there's among people in my cohort slowly this sort of apocalyptic feeling that we're going into an area and everything is sort of falling apart. PubMed is becoming unreliable because data is being censored, articles are being removed from the database. DHS data is being lost, data on HIV, all of these things that were really integral to what we actually learn in class, suddenly gone from one day to the next. And there's this, I guess, apocalyptic feeling of what am I actually doing right now? Am I going into a dying profession? Sorry. What words of advice or encouragement would you have to the next generations of public health people or epidemiologists to keep the good fight going and not give up and kind of rise up against these challenges that we're currently facing?
We are looking very forward to the answer.
Can I say a very old fart question? You will learn from the basics on how it is if you don't have everything at your fingertips, which is critically important to understand what you can do with what you will eventually again have at your fingertips. So I think it's a temporary glitch, but it's also educational. You know, it tells us all how dependent we are, how we assume everything is out there, and you have to just go back to more basics. Okay, but what can we do with limited data, which is where we all come from? So I wouldn't desperate.
Okay, yeah, as a last question, maybe 1 minute, or do you have to go now? You have to go now? Yeah, okay, okay. Last question for all, but we start with you. Right now, the European Union member countries are implementing the European health data space, or they try to. You know, when is it time for a global health data space? And what steps should we take? Well,
Sure.
Very easy question.
I'm actually a little bit divided on the whole health data space because it's really putting national agendas at the center, and I'm not totally convinced that that's the way to go. Certainly not for the research community. So I am a little bit worried that we will get less free flow because now there's these national or national, pathways to where data goes. So I'm a little bit worried there for the more open research.
Okay, you have to go. Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. And hi. So maybe Sebastian, same question. Do you think it's time for a global health data space, and what should we do for it?
So I don't know, because I plead ignorance on, I'm not aware of the details of the European health data space. What I can say is that from our perspective, there's benefits to having open data, there's benefits to having standardized data. All of that, however, needs to come with kind of decentralized analysis, as I've mentioned earlier. But I don't think, I have nothing specific on this, and already listening to Marion, I feel others are better positioned to comment on this.
Okay, so we go to you, Julia.
I mean, I also I think it's important to sort of see how we can share metadata, and one solution is having a data space, but it's going to be limited in the sense that what kind of data is shared there. It's never going to be all data. So on the other side, I truly believe we also need to leverage using data that is somewhere else and connected, and I truly believe, and this comes back to the question on what will epidemiologists do sooner. We will have tools to actually easier extract data and analyze them that come from different fields. And so, yes, I do think that that a data space has advantages, especially for more private, the data that it has private issues, but the other data there is also there, and there's lots of it, and we need to use more of that. And I don't think that we need to necessarily put all data in one thing without using and making use of all the other data as well. So also using systems that actually leave the data where the data is, and so federated learning, federated analysis, I truly believe can help with a lot. So global, and we do, I mean, at WHO, we also have a lot of global data, and I think that is very helpful. I mean, some of the burden data and so on to compare, but it's not going to be the only truth, and it's not only that this is the data that is there that we should use for everything. And so I think we need to sort of balance and be supportive of that initiative in the sense that it will help in one area, but add even more outside data, but because the context data, all that data that we need to do to really make more insightful decisions won't all be found there. So be aware, wary of its limitations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I fully agree. It's a good idea, of course. It's a nice idea to integrate everything. So much is done at different spaces. Just put it together, but it's not that simple. Just put it together, because you lose all the context information, you lose all the information about the limitations, and then in the end you have apples and peaches and whatever stones in there, and you try to measure it somehow. So the quality is important. So I think it has to start probably at a different level, that even in the hospitals, the clinicians better document and standardize, and also our surveillance data, high quality, standardize and describe it, make it findable. And so it's a long endeavor, and it's going to cost a lot of resources and efforts before it makes a lot of sense. And especially in Germany, the electronic health records is only just beginning. People can opt out. So one has to really understand the limitations. I think we have to proceed that, of course, it's a law, but we can see how it works in the EU before we start to do it globally, because globally it's a very, very different. I mean, even Germany is heterogeneous. The EU is very heterogeneous. The world is so heterogeneous. We saw it in the two talks this morning. That just throwing the data together, that won't gain the deepest insights. So I think more behavioral science, context information, and then look at it locally. It's probably brings faster results.
Okay, I see. Maybe it's a vision for the next century, not for tomorrow. So thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. And thank you, audience, for your question. And now, hand over to Professor Schade. Thank you. Yeah, you can sit here now. Yeah.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude again to all speakers, contributors to the panel discussion, and of course as well to the moderators. I also would like to thank again my colleagues of the organizing committee for designing and organizing this conference. And finally, I want to thank all the participants of the conference, both in our lecture hall and online, for your valuable input. Yesterday, we had up to 100 participants here on site and 300 simultaneously online. We had seen an impressive overall quality, interesting facts, and in-depth discussions. I think it clearly shows that the topic addressed by this year's Robert Koch Colloquium, Empowering Public Health from Data to Global Health, is of highest relevance, and many related questions are still unanswered. I'm certain that the research will go on, discussions will continue, and new and surprising solutions can be identified in the future. To foster this process, the presentations and the panel discussions were recorded. Like every year, they will be made available on our YouTube platform in the coming weeks, together with a link to the presentation slides. We plan to organize the Robert Koch Colloquium again next year, so please do not hesitate to provide your ideas or general feedback. Let me close the colloquium by thanking you all again for making this event such a success. Now, the on-site participants have the possibility to enjoy a guided tour to our museum with the mausoleum of Robert Koch, and please join us at the entrance directly opposite the entrance of the lecture hall. I wish you a nice evening, a safe journey home, and hope that this colloquium will result in fruitful research cooperation. See you next year. Bye.